Today is the March 5th Liquor Board meeting. This is the 11 a.m. docket. Good morning, Chair.
Morning, everybody.
Yes, sir. The first case is James Schaefer, Albert Schaefer, Schaefer Investments Group, Agrasea Cafe, 5-7 North Calvert Street. This is a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license. An application for a new Class B under provisions of Article 2B-201 requiring $750 in capital investment in a restaurant fixture with facility seating not to exceed, and that's incorrect on here, it should be 75, and also a request for outside door seating.
All right, now we've had this case before, and at that time we, and I'm going to repeat it just for the record, the file is exhibit number 1, and we have your memorandum of law, and we adopt all the arguments that you had before as part of the record in this case when it was previously heard, and it was postponed over an interpretation of law. And you want to refresh our memory on that the issue that's remaining, that you were adopting as a part of your capital investment. And the question was the interpretation of the state code. And I do believe that you have something to say about that.
I do. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Caroline Hecker and Justin Williams, Rosenberg, Martin Greenberg. We're joined by the applicants, Jay and James Schaefer. I have submitted to the board electronically a copy of an affidavit from Senator George Della. I have the original here.
Okay, do you have enough for
as well
everybody?
as several other copies, yes. And for Mr.
I
Jones.
need one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm good.
Oh, you got
I
it.
just
I'm
gave him
sorry.
mine.
Sorry.
All right, go ahead, but tell us what's in it.
So this is an affidavit from Senator Della, who sponsored the
No,
original.
I don't hate to interrupt you, but for the sake of clarity of the record and also for all of us understanding exactly what the issue is, go back to the classifications of this district, this legislative district, and the various statements that the district has in the code with respect to this issue,
Very well.
and your interpretation and what you have here with respect to former Senator Della's affidavit that you just gave it to us.
The issue before the board today relates to the $700,000 capital
Make sure
investment.
you're close enough to that.
Thank you. Too close? It relates to the $700,000 capital investment requirement that's required for a new Class B license in Ward 4, Precinct 1 of the 46th Alcoholic Beverages District. As the board knows, there are several different types of Class B licenses that the board has the authority to issue. The general rule is that for a Class B license, there's a $200,000 capital investment requirement. In the 46th legislative district, I should back up, the $200,000 capital investment requirement explicitly says that it is not including the cost of land or buildings in that $200,000. There's also within the 46th legislative district a heightened capital investment requirement of $500,000, also not including the cost of land or buildings. Finally, within two specified wards and precincts within the 46th legislative district, which are Ward 4 Precinct 1 and Ward 22 Precinct 1, within the 46th district, there is an additional heightened capital investment requirement of $700,000. The statute in that case does not expressly exclude the cost of land or buildings. What I have provided to you this morning is an
Tell
affidavit.
us what district
This is in Ward 4 Precinct 1 in the 46th legislative
which
district.
says.
Which says that there is a $700,000 capital investment requirement, and it does not include the language, including cost of land or buildings, the same way that the $200,000 license and the $500,000 license do. There are also, just for the record, there used to be another license that required $1 million in capital investment that was created for Pazzo in Harbor East, and that one also likewise did not include the language, not including the cost of land or buildings. And the affidavit that I've provided this morning from Senator Della, who was the sponsor of this legislation, both for the $1 million license and the $700,000 license, confirms his intent that the cost of land and buildings should be included in the capital investment requirement. His understanding at the time that he sponsored the legislation was that the board was accepting appraisals of licensed appraisers, attesting to the value of the land and buildings as part of the capital investment requirement. And in sponsoring legislation to increase that requirement to a heightened level within specified precincts within the 46th legislative district, he expected that the board would continue to accept appraisals of the cost of land and buildings as part of that capital investment requirement.
Now, also, I believe my commissioner asked a question with respect to size. And we asked our chief inspector to go out and examine the location, which he did. And he reported back to me, but did he report back to you?
He did,
Okay.
yes, he did.
Okay.
He reported back, and then he also provided video that
Mhm.
showed the whole expanse, and they,
You want to put it in the record as to
Mhm.
what he said?
Is now a good time to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, he reported back that he walked through the location, he also videoed all that was there, and that the minimum seating requirement is more than met.
That was your question.
Yeah, my question was like, where exactly is the space? And he confirmed that the smaller space that I was envisioning is the space that you have. But it's all reconfigured and it's been opened up, and that there are ample seating to meet the requirement, which I think is 75 seats. So you have that, if not more. So I'm satisfied
Okay.
with that.
Now, do the commissioners have any questions on that subject or any other subject?
So I don't have a question, I just have more of a comment. The affidavit of former Senator Della provides what I feel like I needed, which is information about the legislative intent. And because the decisions of this board, certainly in the time we've been here, seem to have precedent, I wanted to make sure that any decision that we made is based on law and legislative intent. So I thank you for providing that to us.
Is there anything else that anybody else wants to say before we reach a decision? All right, I'm satisfied, first of all, in reaching my decision before the other commissioners vote, that I accept Senator Della's affidavit as truthful and all-encompassing of the issue the only issue that was left before us in the last hearing that I was aware of, other than the inspection of the premises. And since all the other evidences from the previous hearing is adopted, and I'm satisfied that as to the intent of this satisfies the problem that we had with respect to the $700,000 capital investment as to what's included in that. Therefore, I vote yes.
I'm also happy with the fact that I can vote yes also, because I feel that all the information that was presented fits within the alignment of the requirements for this type of establishment. So I too vote yes.
And I vote yes as well, and just appreciate, I think this is your third visit here.
On this case, yes.
So you picked the snowiest day in the history of 2015 in Baltimore, just to provide a little bit of color to why we're here. I did call the chairman this morning and said, I'm just calling to confirm that we're not going forward today. And he said, you're wrong, Madam Commissioner, we are going forward. And I said, but the state offices are closed. And he said, well, we're not. So, with that.
That's a real city.
So we're the city, we are not the state. And we had some discussions that ended with, I'll see you downtown. So here we are, and I'm glad that you made it here, and thank you really for your patience in coming back again and again and again, and helping us understand not just what you're doing, but that what you're doing is within the laws of the liquor board, and getting that affidavit. Very important. We really appreciate you working with us in that regard.
You have our decision.
Best of luck.
Thank you all.
All right. Tell us when you're ready.
John Unitas III, Jacqueline Beal, BSQ LLC. Trade name is Grand Cru at 5911 York Road, AKA 527 East Belvedere. This is a Class BD7, an application for transfer of ownership.
Me again. Sorry. Caroline Hecker and Justin Williams, Rosenberg, Martin Greenberg, on behalf of the applicant. We're joined today by John C. Unitas III, one of the licensee applicants, Jacqueline Beal, the Baltimore City resident taxpayer licensee applicant, Christina Carey, who is the current licensee, and David, I was going to call you Nick for some reason, David O'Farrell.
You've given us
License.
documents.
Yes, we have handed it.
You going to have any live testimony?
I'd like to proceed by way of a proffer if the board will accept that.
All right.
And our folks are certainly here and
First of all,
available.
the file will be entered is exhibit number 1. And what is this?
You may call this exhibit number 2 if you'd like. This is a series of exhibits which the board can either accept collectively or individually.
I'll leave it up to you, your counsel.
Thank you. The first thing you'll see in the file, which we can call exhibit number 2 if you'd like, is an outline of the presentation that we're going to give this morning. As you all are probably aware, Grand Cru is located within the Belvedere Square Market at 5911 York Road. It consists of both a bar area and a retail wine shop. It was established in 2003 by Mrs. Carey's late husband, Nelson Carey. It's been very successful. It's become a real neighborhood establishment. It's been really a big hit in the area. And you'll see in the file there are some photographs of Grand Cru. You can have those as exhibit number 3 if you'd like.
Is this a situation where you have one license but the entire place operating off of one license? Or?
No, Belvedere Square, there are several different licensees within the Belvedere Square Market. Grand Cru is technically not inside the market proper. It's right adjacent to the market area. It connects through interior doors, but it is its own separate licensed premise.
It's in the same structure?
It's in the same structure.
Where would it be? If this is a center, if my microphone is, oh, excuse me, I have, okay.
This is the whole Belvedere Market, and Grand Cru is right here where these seats are,
All right.
right in that area.
You okay on that?
I know where it is.
Well, you know. So I'm the only one again. All right, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Okay. As I mentioned, it has a retail wine shop component and a full-service bar. After Mr. Carey passed away last year, Mrs. Carey decided to sell the
That was
business.
the person who was so popular, I believe.
Exactly.
I think there was an article in the paper about him.
It was a tremendously popular restaurant, bar. He was a tremendously popular gentleman. And the business itself has been, as I said, it has a very successful business plan, and Mr. Unitas has entered into a contract with Mrs. Carey to buy Grand Cru. He plans to continue to operate it with the same level of integrity and quality that Mr. Carey operated it with over the last 12 or 13 years.
There's no opposition.
There's no opposition. You'll see in the file a little later on, there is a letter of support from the Belvedere Improvement Association. As I mentioned, Mr. Unitas is planning to maintain Grand Cru, to operate it under the same name, using substantially the same business plan as Mr. Carey did. You'll see in the file there's a copy of their menu and their seating plan as well. I believe those would be exhibits 4 and 5. The seating plan shows that there are 56 seats inside the restaurant. There are some additional outdoor seats which are shown in the photograph that Commissioner Moore referred to a moment ago. The outdoor seating is permitted by right within Belvedere Square. This is not proposing to change that at all. Their hours of operation are Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m., and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. We're not planning to offer live entertainment at Grand Cru. There is live entertainment at the Belvedere Square Shopping Center, but not within Grand Cru proper. Mr. Unitas' experience in the restaurant and food and beverage industry is with the Wolf Restaurant Group, which owns and operates Petit Louis, Chingale, Pazzo, et cetera. And he plans to bring this experience to Grand Cru and continue the same high-quality operations that the place has been known for historically. There are several assistant managers from Grand Cru who will continue in their current roles, which will add continuity to the transition. Their policy is to card everyone who appears to be under 30 years old, and Mr. Unitas and any managers who have not already done so will take the alcoholic beverages safety training course. As I mentioned, there is a letter of support from the Belvedere Improvement Association in your file. I believe that would be Exhibit 6. And there's also a petition with 40 signatures of their customers who support the transfer of the ownership at the same location. Both Mr. Unitas and Ms. Beal are familiar with the rules and regulations of the Liquor Board. They both agree to abide by them. They are both fit and proper people to hold a liquor license, and for these reasons, we would request that the board approve the transfer of ownership at the same location to Mr. Unitas and Ms. Beal. We're happy to answer any questions that the board may have, and as I mentioned, all of our folks are here. and available to testify if necessary.
All right, and so the file is in evidence now as exhibit number 2. Questions, commissioners?
I have none.
Just a couple. Is Mr. Unitas currently on any other
No.
liquor license?
No, he's not.
And is he still with the Wolf Group or no?
No, he's no longer with the Wolf Group.
And you represent the purchaser or the
Yes,
seller?
the purchaser.
Is the seller represented by counsel?
No.
Okay.
The seller is present, though, personally today.
Okay, okay.
No
Are
other
you
questions?
represented by other counsel, but I'm not aware of
Well, let them tell you so we don't have to swear 'em.
Okay. So my only question was on price, and to just have confirmation that the price was considered and discussed and agreed to fully, and that there are no issues as to value.
No issues as to
No
value.
Okay, all right. Very, very sorry about. Oh, there was.
There are no issues as to value.
Yeah.
Only taking the testimony from the lawyer.
Oh, right. Okay, just want to say very sorry about Nelson passing. I think at least 2 of us have been to your Grand Cru and appreciate all that it represents to the community. And I had occasion to talk with your husband and just always found him to be a wonderful person and was sorry to hear about his passing and then learned that he was a Loyola Don. And then I understood. My husband is also a Loyola Don, and there's just something special about that Jesuit education, and very, very, oh, you as well. So, anyway, just wanted to put that on the record.
All right, then we're ready to vote. I vote yes.
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 have
Thank
our
you all.
decision.
Thank you all.
Okay, wish you much success.
All right, Josh, when you're ready. On the next case.
The next one is, has been, the people asked for a postponement, that was Grafton Hotel, Mesva Inc. This is New Green Lane Market at 1501 Broning Avenue.
Do we have a new date?
Yes, I'm going to schedule for March 26th.
All right, here, you can throw that.
Thank you, sir. Number 4 was withdrawn by applicant, that was Osig Cho and Kim, and that's in your packet. And the next one is William Gross, Glen Arm Station. There was also postponed as well, because one of the people were out of state before, and that is being moved to 3/26.
Now,
So-
what's the problem there? Is
One of
somebody
the-
needs a license or?
The seller, one of the sellers was out of state, and they could not make this date. They let us know that Monday, before the weather.
All right, send that down.
So that's 1236 Light is postponed to March 20th?
Yes, ma'am, that's 1236 Light, Glen Arm Station, Glen Arms Brewery, Craft Brewery. Okay, so the next one, Santush Pondell and Christopher Perrin, Hamaria LLC, Ye's Liquor, and that's at 600-4 Chester Street. This is a Class A beer wine liquor application for a transfer of ownership.
All right, who's speaking?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I apologize, I've been somewhat under the weather with my voice at this point. Frank Boozer on behalf of my LLC, Sanchez Fidel, and Christopher Parent. I think Ms. Peterson was the same way. I think it was touching for a winter's nap this morning. I apologize, Your Honor, for my attire this morning in front of the board.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank
You
you.
gonna speak for everybody?
I will, I think I'll proffer, Your Honor.
All right.
This is a transfer of a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license located at 600 North Chester Street. If you're familiar with the Northeast Market, this will actually be on the northeast side of the Northeast Market, just east of Johns Hopkins Medical School. Mr. Boudel is actually experienced in the sale of alcoholic beverages. He's done so for a decade now with different establishments. Has no problems while working with establishments in terms of underage service or the like. Mr. Parent's been a resident of Baltimore City and taxpayer property owner for 2 years. Is that correct, Mr. Parent? Okay. He's going to be running the establishment much in the same way as it has been run since it's been there. And I think, as far as my research leads me to, it's been there for over 30, 35 years at this point. They also serve convenience foods and the like. He's been training for the last 2 weeks with the current owners, and hopefully we'll do quite well there. Mr. Delic has said his experience in these matters. He's been formally TAM certified. Apparently has lapsed at this point. He will be TAM certified again before he takes over. We finish this matter out.
All right, any questions? First of all, I want to put the file in as exhibit number 1. Do you have any other exhibits you wish?
Nothing else, John.
And the questions of commissioners?
I just want to ask, what is the status of the license currently? Is this location open and operating?
It is, yes.
It is.
It is.
It's been consistently open and operating.
To be truthful with the board, there was a period of about a week or two where the current owner did close, I believe back in November. And then pending the deal, we spoke with the seller and said, well, if we're going to sell this thing, we should keep it open during that time.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
In terms of community association, I apologize. We made probably a dozen attempts to contact the different community associations. I know I talked to Madam Executive Secretary about it and could find no one to keep in touch with. So we'd be open in the future, should they be willing to talk to Mr. Bedell, and I'd urge them to do so if they would have any discussions with him.
That area is covered by Baltimore Development Corporation. It's like a Main Street area.
Okay.
If you get in contact with somebody from that office, they can tell you who the neighborhood association person is.
We'll do so, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, there being nothing else, time for a decision, I vote yes.
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 All right, you have our decision, sir.
Thanks, sir. And I apologize for my attire again,
No
Your Honor.
problem.
We're just glad you're here.
Thank you.
And that you're,
Better next time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, as always.
All right, tell me when you're ready. You all set?
so,
Call the next case.
1 second. Okay, that's James Collins, trade name pending. This is at 39 South Arlington Street. This is a Class B beer wine, Class D beer wine liquor transfer application for ownership.
All right, are you representing
sir.
yourself?
Yes, the attorney lives far north of Baltimore, so he's.
Okay,
not able
swear the
to-
witness.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it
And
is.
who are you?
James Collins.
All right, and your status in this case is licensee?
I took back the license and it went into default.
You want to talk right in the microphone?
Yeah,
there,
as
sir?
the lien holder, and I'm now in the process of transferring it to myself to operate. I've operated another liquor license in the area in previous years.
Let me understand what you're doing. You're transferring the license from your name
Right,
to what?
to my name,
To your
again,
name.
yeah, as the lien holder to the operator.
As what?
The license went into default, so we took the legal steps to take back the license. And then, now that I have the license in my name, but not as an operator, I'm transferring it to myself as the operator. And here's the
And you have an
letter.
agreement with the neighborhood?
Yes, here's a letter which is not signed, but the signed version has already been sent to Ms.
Well, I know
Bailey
Jane
Hedgecock.
Cherry, I'm sure we
Right.
all do in the commission. And what does she say? So I don't have to read it.
She said that she supports the request, and it's important to have this type of business in the community for the growth and welfare of the community, too.
And I
So
think she's
there was
president of
no-
the- She's president of the Hollins
Right, right.
Roundhouse.
Yes, sir.
She lives on
Yeah.
Pratt Street.
Right, right, yeah, I live in the area also,
Where do you live?
on McHenry Street.
Oh. All right, commissioners, commissioner, exhibit, and we'll mark it, is it already in the
It's
file?
already in the file, sir.
Okay. All right, questions of commissioners?
I just don't understand the status of this. Is this a license attached to a liquor establishment that is open and operating?
No, they closed and went into default. We talked about that, I think, a few months ago when we were here.
And we granted an extension?
Correct, and the day of the extension, he filed his application for transfer
Oh,
that same day.
okay, I remember this one.
Yes.
This is one that sort of got lost in the mail. So we granted the extension, I'm trying to remember.
He granted the hardship extension, and
Okay.
the last day that he could file it,
Right.
he filed it, and then he had to meet with the community group. And
Okay,
then the community group provided the letter, and that's why it was moved to this day.
okay, so
He's okay.
he's
Yeah,
fine with the time
all right,
and, all right,
okay, all right,
all right,
all right,
All
thank
right,
you.
then, we're ready for a decision? Vote yes.
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 All right, sir, you have our decision.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right,
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
you ready?
If you want to, you can always bring it by.
Huh?
I think you can bring down $100
Not yet.
fee if you want to. Do you have a check? $100 fee check? Yeah, yeah.
This is the last case in the morning. Yes, call the case.
Okay, 1 second, sir. It's Anastasia Hermes, Thames Thames Ledbetters, LLC. Ledbetters, this is at 1639 Thames Street. This is a Class BD7, a transfer of application of ownership.
Good morning, Chairman.
All right, enter your appearance to the record.
Director of Finance.
Sarah, could you speak into the microphone, please?
For the record, Gary Maslin, on behalf of Anastasia Karamides.
All right, now, you going to present testimony or speak for?
I'd like to proffer if I could, Mr. Chairman.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Karamides is the daughter of Vasilios Karamides, who's present to my right. Mr. Karamides is the owner of the Callie's Court building, Callie's Court restaurant, also a partial owner of the Admiral's Cup. So he is a substantial property owner on the street where this property is located. This is a request to transfer an existing license that is known as Ledbetters. Ledbetters is a bar which really makes up the character of Fells Point. It's been there.
Let's see, is Ledbetter's across the street?
Ledbetters is across the street from the Admiral Fell Inn. It's a very small bar, but it's been there over 100 years. Mr. Cooper is the owner who's present in court here today. He originally is from West Virginia. He came to Baltimore. I know the Lord would not hold that against him. They came from West Virginia. But he came here and he bought this bar about 35 years ago. It is known as Baltimore's best dive bar.
Now, what you talking about, Ledbetter's?
Ledbetters.
Okay.
That's how the award it has. It's a very,
Well, tell us what your object is here.
we're just trying to transfer the license
From?
from Mr. Cooper, who wants to retire and move to Florida. Ms. Karamides went and, if I could offer this, she was TAM certified. She has grown up in the restaurant business.
And she is who?
Miss-
And in other words,
Anastasia
this
Karamides.
license is going to be transferred to her.
That is
We're
correct.
talking about Ledbetter's now.
Ledbetter's license,
Okay.
correct. And she's very experienced in the sale of alcoholic beverages. She's worked in the family business basically her entire life. She's worked as a bartender for several years for her family, and this would be her venture. She secured a petition in support of the transfer. It's signed by members of the Living Classroom, many businesses in the area, and other people. Mr. Cooper has spoken with his neighbors. This license is in a B3 commercial district, which is all the businesses in that area have entertainment. She is going to continue to operate the business in its present format. There are no planned changes other than her desire to fix up the bathrooms, which are in desperate need of some touch-up work, and the flooring in the establishment needs to be taken
All
care
right,
of.
stop a minute. First of all, the files introduced as Exhibit 1, and the documents that you just gave me are collectively introduced as the documents as Exhibit 2. Go ahead, sir.
And she has formed the entity formed as Thames Ledbetter LLC. That's a certificate that's showing that entity is a duly formed entity. My client has met with the Fells Point Homeowners Association and met with FIPCO. They are She joined the Fells Point Homeowners Association. It's her intent to actually live on top of this establishment. So she will not only be running it, but will she actually be living there as well.
All right, let me catch up with you a minute. This taxation documents number 3, and I see here a document from, to the staff from Joanne Massopus. What is that?
When we got the approval from the Fells Point Association, we met with Ms. Massopus's group, which comprised of 4 individuals appeared at that hearing. There were substantial people at the Fells Point Association. Ms. Massopus requested my client sign an MOU, and she submitted one for review. I reviewed it and was not in agreement with many of her terms that she had in the MOU. And I submitted back to her a revised MOU, which she was wasn't acceptable to her. Based on that, she said, well, we're not going to support your transfer. Now, there's no, as the board knows, there's no legal requirement to have an MOU. My client met with both organizations. I offered my cell number. My client's a resident of the area and is there every day, and she's fully available to discuss any concerns. There have never been any issues with this establishment. It's a small establishment. It only has 75 people.
Here she is.
Well, we said we were coming.
Yeah, and well, we're now going to hear from you separately. He was describing these emails. But we'll let her
So
do it.
Yeah,
that's-
take a second,
She can
settle,
speak
get
for
yourself
herself.
settled.
Yes. All right, and what else do you want to say on behalf of your clients? Anything else?
Yes, she is a fit and proper individual to have the license. She is experienced, qualified, and we'd ask the board, and she has the community support for the transfer.
All right. Now, we'll hold commissioners' questions until we get all the evidence in. And do you have anything else? Are you, is that your case?
We have representatives. This is Darren Maislin.
Mhm.
He is the operator of the Admiral's Cup. He also was the former operating manager of Callie's Court Restaurant. He has known Ms. Karamides for some time, and he would proffer that she is a very fit and proper individual and very experienced in the operation of a restaurant bar operation. Also present is Maz. Michael Freeman, I'm sorry, his nickname's Maz. He is the manager of Adela's Restaurant, another restaurant which is Adela's. Adela's is a small restaurant which is right in the Admiral Fell Inn.
Okay, what would he say?
He would say that she is a fit and proper person to have this license and is in full support of this, this transfer. Her father, who's also a restaurateur and owner of property, is in full support of this.
Owns Callie's Court.
He owns Callie's Court and
What was
the,
Ken? Ken, who used to be there, was he a partner of yours? No, he can't testify. You tell me.
no, Ken was a manager there. He's gone on to Jimmy Seafood. He was at the Prime Rib for many years, has many wonderful stories about the old days of the Prime Rib. But he's doing very well over in Jimmy Seafood, running that order.
Timmy Fields.
Timmy Fields, I did not know Timmy Fields.
Oh, he still plays there every other Sunday.
That'll be off the record.
All right.
Every other Sunday.
Has
Every-
nothing to do with this issue. I'm just curious. Is he still there?
Yep, every other Sunday.
We need people to either be sworn or be signed.
I know.
Timmy Fields will be playing every other Sunday.
Just want to know if this good singer on Irish music, whether he's still singing at that place, which has nothing to do with the issues of this case. All right, back to
that-
the record. Anything else?
No, that would be our presentation.
All right, now we'll go to the other side.
You
And
swear, Sid?
Swear your witness. Swear this witness.
Both of us.
Swear this witness says.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yeah, pull the
I
mic
do.
down.
Yes, I do.
Go
I
ahead.
do.
Give us your name for the record.
Joanne Massapust, President of the Fells Point Community Organization.
Okay, and your position?
Our position has changed because the applicant and her attorney have decided not to sign the MOU that we presented to them. We've indicated to them that this is our standard MOU. Mr. Martz has indicated that to them.
Now, ma'am, let's get to the issue. Not what is the standard MOU, but what is it that your position is with respect to what they're...
Our position now is that we oppose it on the basis that they will not sign the MOU.
And what reason? What is it you're opposing, and what's your reason?
We're opposing the transfer of ownership because they have refused to sign the MOU that was presented to them by myself and Mr. Martz. And that actually is our standard procedure. We present the MOU to the applicant, and our vote to support, and we stated this at the meeting, we state this at all of our meetings with applicants, is that our vote to support is contingent on their signing the MOU.
Ma'am, it's refusing to sign an MOU without knowing any reasons, for your opposing what they're trying to do here today is not a sufficient legal ground to oppose it. You got to give us some reason. What is it? What is it you are against? You're late coming to the hearing, but they have testified basically that they're asking for a transfer of ownership of this license. And they have given us testimony as to her character and so forth. What is it about that transfer that you're opposed to? Not that they didn't sign it, but what is the issue?
If I may speak.
Sure.
The issue was
Your name, sir?
David Martz,
You've been sworn, go ahead.
president of Fells Point Residents Association. Mr. Maslin sent an email basically saying he was objecting to signing the MOU as we presented. He sent his own MOU, which
We're not
is...
getting anywhere. We have to get to the issue.
I know, and it was based on, he said based on language that they objected to, but he did not specify the language which was objectionable.
Can you tell me why your group, your president, is opposed to this transfer based on the facts of this case?
We are just trying to be consistent. We signed 7 MOUs in 2014 that were of similar language to the MOU presented to the applicant.
This is in, right? You're in. Okay,
And we're
and
just trying
is
to-
this in? I don't know, I'll put it in.
We're just trying to present an air of consistency going forward.
All right,
That's all.
questions, commissioners?
If I may add
Yeah.
something? One of the reasons that we feel consistency is vitally important is that it helps us maintain our integrity and our credibility in the community, and also prevents any appearance of bias. Because once you start treating one applicant differently than you do the others in the neighborhood, somebody, and we know we went through this last year, somebody is going to say that we're being biased. So in order to avoid even the remote appearance of bias, Mr. Martz and I decided that the way to do that was to be consistent, to offer the same MOU, and have credibility in that sense.
I have nothing further to say on the subject. Questions of commissioners?
This commissioner, you know what's in your MOU. They read it, they may understand it. But I need to make a good, sound decision. The mere fact that you're taking back your support because they won't sign the MOU doesn't help me to understand why. I need some facts. They refuse not to sell loose. Give me some.
Okay, I
points
can
that
briefly
help
go
me
over the
so I
categories
can
of
make
the
a better
MOU.
decision.
Sure. Okay, category number 1, which I think was not, part of it was not disputed, it talks about the hours of operation. That's not an issue. The other part of hours and operation that we had in our MOU was that the establishment shall not serve alcohol or sell packaged goods to patrons who are already visibly drunk. Next, and there's more, but I'm trying to be brief. Otherwise, I could just read the whole thing to you. Next is music and volume level. A lot of that was incorporated in what Mr. Maslin presented. However, he cut out the pieces that say, no music shall be heard outside the establishment's building unless the door is temporarily closed. Notwithstanding the foregoing, if the establishment receives a complaint from a neighbor that the neighbor can hear the music or noise, the establishment will take immediate action to reduce the music or noise to a level that cannot be heard. Neighbor includes residents and businesses. Live music All doors and windows must remain closed if music is playing. The next category is live music, and we stated in there, and this they eliminated completely from their counter proposal. We put in there what hours they could have live entertainment, and it was based on what Ms. Karamides actually stated at our meeting. These were the hours of live entertainment. We put that in the MOU because we think that's important, and in fact, we've been advised in the past by the BMZA to include that information in any MOU. So we did that. That whole part of that was eliminated from their proposal. We also talked about security. Again, this is standard. And the MOU that we presented says that the establishment shall regularly monitor and patrol the area immediately in front of and adjacent to the establishment to prevent customers of the establishment from disturbing the neighbors. There's another paragraph under security that talks about that they will take all appropriate action to prevent illegal activity from occurring. That the personnel will ensure that the area immediately outside of and adjacent to the establishment is clear of patrons at close of business. The next one is upkeep of the establishment. Now, I want to say this very clearly. The first two things in this part of the MOU were clearly stated by Ms. Karamides that she would do these things. We thought it was appropriate, based on the fact that she made a public statement at community meetings, to include them in a written agreement. So we're a little concerned that after making those statements in a public meeting, that now she doesn't want to sign the document. Those things are this. The applicant has agreed not to change the dive bar character of the establishment. Changes to the floors and bathrooms for safety and sanitary purposes are acceptable. At community meetings, the applicant stated that this was her plan. Next, there can be no expansion of this license to any adjacent property. Again, at community meetings, the applicant stated that she did not plan to expand, and that should she wish to change her mind about that, she needs to come back to both organizations to present plans and seek approval. We said that they needed to have a standard smoking urn outside, that the exterior and interior should be clean and inviting to customers. This part they did include about following ordinances regarding signage. We put in, because we find that a lot of businesses do not do this, even though this is the law, that the staff are responsible for ensuring that the sidewalk and gutter in the front and along the side of the property are free of trash, cigarette butts, and broken glass. And there'll be no A-frames outside. As far as outdoor dining, we said simply that it wasn't being requested. If it was desired in the future, that they needed to come back to both organizations. So some of these things, I think, are the kinds of things that we, in a written, we have a plethora of liquor establishments in this neighborhood. And in order to try to maintain some kind of control, we put things in every single MOU that we do, as does Fells Prospect, about the kinds of things that we expect from bar businesses that are being good neighbors. So some of these things are about being a good neighbor. The others are things that the applicant herself stated publicly at a meeting, and I gotta tell you, it's just, I'm flummoxed by the fact that they won't sign things that they actually verbally stated in a public meeting.
Any other questions? Questions?
I guess, my question is, why not sign it? Why would?
If you really want me to respond to that,
Yes, I do.
I will.
I need to understand what's
The,
happening here.
first of all, when she says don't change the character of a dive bar, this is a substantial business. Businesses change all the time. If they're not successful, they might want to change the format. You can't have a community organization dictate to a business what type of business is run there. If they want to change it to call it Flower Bar and just have a pink theme in there, I mean, who is to say that? And
That's the one clause that gave me pause.
I-
To not change the character of the dive bar. Now, let me ask you this, if that clause were omitted, is there any other part of the
There are-
MOU that causes concern?
Absolutely. She's dictating us hours. The hours she put in her document are inconsistent with the hours as it's presently being operated. We're simply not, I don't think we'll ever come to agreement. For example, one of the things they put in that MOU was, if you are suspicious of any type of criminal activity whatsoever. And she went on to list prostitution, drug dealing, suspicious. What is that? It's so vague in its description that it's totally unenforceable. If someone walked in and they were of a Middle Eastern descent, are they suspicious? Are they a terrorist? At what point is that even relevant? All I came back to them was with a very simple MOU, and a lot of the things she puts in her MOU are already set out in Article 2B and the rules and regulations of the Liquor Board. You don't have to articulate on a very long document, comply with Article 2B and the rules and regulations of the Liquor Board. And we're willing to sign an agreement that says we're going to do that. There have never been any problems with this business operation. It's not for the community organizations to tell them what hours they can operate. They'll operate within the confines of the law.
Let me ask you this.
We're not asking to change anything.
Is there currently an MOU in place?
There is no MOU in place. It is operated, I don't think this gentleman's ever been before the board, maybe 15 years ago. It's a well-run operation. It's going to continue to be a well-run operation by a respected member of the community. Not only that, my client has joined the Fells Point Association, correct, Mr. Marks? And she's working with you developing your website and promoting the organization, is that correct? And she's had several meetings with you, is that correct? And she's been quite helpful to you, is that correct?
So far, yes, that is correct.
And she's given you very nice renderings and things which your association is quite happy with, is that correct?
That is not correct.
Then-
We haven't gone that far.
You haven't got that. You're in the process, you're in develop, but she's working with your organization. She's joined your organization. She's a very pleasant person, right?
Very happy to have her help.
All right.
The one thing is, all we're asking for is, we had 7 liquor establishments in 2014 signed on to this MOU. We are looking for an air of consistency in the neighborhood. That is all we're asking, nothing more, nothing less.
So I think, as I understand it, the only issue for us in deciding whether to grant or not grant a transfer really is whether or not the applicant is of character and.
That is 100% correct, Your Honor.
And that's the challenge at the same time. And I just want to say, in the time that we've been on the board, it's been important that there be agreements and cooperation between licensees and the community. And so I think if we isolate and focus ourselves on what the issue is before us, I don't think we get to the issue of the MOU. But that doesn't mean that the MOU is not important. And that MOU is going to come back. Because at some point, you're going to come before us to get a license renewed. And at that point, the absence of agreement and cooperation with the community is going to be the issue. So, something to think about.
There's never been a suggestion that this licensee or the predecessor licensee did not cooperate with the community.
But now we do have a clear issue where there's not, or there's a perception or a sense that there's not cooperation. So that's how I'm hearing this. I think the fact that there's, Gary, Mr. Maslin, the fact that there is a request that there be signing of an MOU, which is the standard practice in this community, and that there's resistance to it, I'm not saying that this is a bad establishment or that there are problems with the establishment, but that the lack of that ability to come together and work out terms of an MOU is
No one
something that
ever.
I would say is there's not cooperation.
It's my opinion that no one ever bothered to analyze and read the document. What's happened in the past is, I think organizations were so intimidated by them, and they wanted their support, they just sign anything. Okay,
Actually, that's not
okay.
true.
And we'll do that.
You're representing the
The,
current owner.
no,
and-
no, I only represent the applicant. The
You
current
represent the
owner is here.
All right, but you're the registered agent for the applicant.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Correct. And she's a fit and proper person. That's the only issue before the board. And we're willing to continue a dialogue. It's not that we're not willing to meet with them and go over them, and I'll try to help them develop an MOU which makes sense. It's my issue, it's not my client's issue, but it has to be something that is, that makes sense, that's reasonable. You don't put burdens on licensees to talk about suspicions. You don't restrict their hours of operation. You don't tell them the character
I really
of
need to
things.
say
Stop
something
it,
at this
Joe,
point.
just hold on.
And
hold on.
if they, for example,
You're repeating stuff.
And I think,
all right, I can't beat a dead horse.
Yeah.
Let's get to the issue.
Okay, so.
You're not gonna say the same thing.
No, I'm going to actually address some of the things that he said, which were mischaracterizations. First of all, Mr. Maslin is saying she. This is a joint MOU. This is a she and a he. This is not my MOU. This is our MOU.
well,
Secondly,
it's not your MOU, it's the organization.
but he keeps saying she.
Now, first of
The
all,
other thing that,
let me, just a minute.
but we didn't say things that he said.
I'm the one that decides what the law is. There's nothing
I'm
in the
sorry.
law that requires a liquor licensee to sign an MOU. Nothing. It's not.
I understand
part-
that.
It's not part of our enforcement procedures, and I'm not gonna get into what the procedures are to enforce MOUs, if they're signed. That's another issue, because we don't have, but actually, what you're doing here is requiring the owner of real property to agree to things in return for having a license, is what you're requesting. That's what you're asking this board to do. It actually would change the deed and the business and the operation of the business. I mean, it's just totally off the wall, if I may say so. Now, if you're here because he doesn't do something and he's improperly violating liquor board rules, you know, like trash in the street and all the things that you mentioned, that's a different issue. But the only issue before us really is the character of the witness and anything else like that. That's the only issue I find before this board today. All right, folks, you ready for decision? I adopt my language that I just said. There's nothing in the law whatsoever with respect to liquor boards that an MOU has to be signed by any type of licensee. The MOUs are an attempt to adjust relationships between communities and licenses. And they've been very effective in the past in doing this. And where you have disputes and so forth, where the licensee and the community gets together and reaches agreement, they're effective, and they have solved many a troublesome problem. And where you have multiple licenses like you do in this location, they become very important. However, the failure or the refusal to sign an MOU is not a fatal defect in granting a transfer of ownership. It's very incredible to even to request such a thing. It's not in the law. It's not a part of the things that we consider. It's only something in this particular case that's been brought up. Therefore, I vote yes.
So I agree with Your Honor. I vote yes, and just reiterate, I do think that the MOU is important, and I did think that I heard that you will continue your efforts to work out an MOU, and I think that that's good, and I'm glad that that's on the record. I vote yes.
I am not against MOUs, but in this case, it's a transfer. And the law states the things that we are supposed to consider in a transfer. And the MOU is not one of them. But if an establishment doesn't do what it's supposed to do, there's a process for dealing with that also. And protest renewal. You can identify those things that the establishment isn't doing, things that they aren't doing, then you can present those at the proper time and let the board take the appropriate action. But in this case, at this time, just because they don't have an MOU, I can't go against them, so I vote yes also.
You have our decision.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a good day.
All right, we'll stay, we don't have anything this morning, is that correct?
How about the 1 o'clock hour?
Mr. Booker,
Mr.
Booker? Your first name, Mr.
I
Booker?
can't hear you.
You do have cases after.
Tom, thank you.
Gary? Gary?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
They're not ready for hearing now. This afternoon's ready. All right, then we'll stay adjourned till 1 o'clock.
I forgot that I didn't mention you as a Loyola Don. You're like the Donniest
I
of the
know.
Dons in the room.
I looked at him, I said, wait.
Golden Don.
Yeah, I'm going somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's my second batch? Well, yeah.
Are you gonna come?
Where you going?
Same one,
Just down
yeah.
the street.
I think I'll splurge with y'all today, because I don't have to run back over, so.
That place right down there.
What's on the menu?
It's, I don't know what time. They have everything very complete.
Yeah, they're open. This is for the recording, I guess, for this one. Just as a point of clarification, sir, the first item on the docket for the violations has been resolved, and that is being removed from the docket. Mondell Powell and Don Gilliam on theology, that has been removed from the docket for today.
Commissioner, may I keep this here? All right. Call the next case.
Calling Taste International Incorporated, Christopher Nwaze and Musabai Shitu, trading as Taste International. Thomas Akers present.
For the record, Melvin J. Tasker, 19 East Fayette Street, representing licensee. Preliminarily, Mr. Chairman, we had asked for this matter to be postponed due to the weather. A bunch of witnesses, we couldn't get them here. And we would have half a dozen more witnesses that.
Okay, we'll take what you have, and then we'll see who the witnesses are that are missing, and find out why they're not here and make our decision. Call your first witness.
Hold on, court's indulgence.
Just move everything over.
There's some audio later that I'm trying to introduce.
It's my claustrophobia.
Oh.
It's just like,
Sorry. Sorry. I'll be calling my first witness, which is Sergeant Kemerow.
Sergeant who?
Kemerow, if you want to speak your name to the mic. spell
Yes,
it out.
it's Sergeant Mark, M-A-R-C. My last name is Camerote, C-A, M as in Michael, A-R-O-T-E.
Okay. Sergeant. Baltimore City Police Department. Go ahead, sir.
And Sergeant, how long have you been working with the Baltimore City Police Department?
19 years.
And what is it that you are assigned to do currently?
I'm the sergeant to our operations unit.
And in operations, what is it that you do?
We do a lot of search and seizure warrants and street level gang activities.
Oh, I thought Bryson sworn him. I'm sorry. I
Swear to
apologize.
witness.
Anybody testifying, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
I do.
All right, repeat the testimony.
Can you please state your name for the record? Sergeant Mark Camerote.
And Sergeant Mark Kemerow, who do you work for?
The Baltimore City Police Department.
How long have you worked with them?
19 years.
And what is it that you do with Baltimore City Police Department?
I'm the sergeant of the operations.
And if you could please explain to the board what the operations unit do?
We do any kind of illegal street enforcement in regards to drug activity, gang activity, we write search and seizure warrants. We investigate a lot of illegal street activity.
And did you happen to be working on February 14, 2015 at approximately 12:05 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And did you, at that time, happen to respond to 4314 Curtis Avenue, an establishment known as Taste International?
Yes.
And in what city and state is that located in?
Baltimore City, Maryland.
And if you could please explain to the board what were the circumstances which brought you to that location on that date and time?
Yes, sir. On that date, approximately 12:05 a.m., myself and Detective Bonomo were making observations to the establishment for any kind of illegal activity or gang activity.
Why were you there making those observations?
We had driven by a little bit earlier, and we had seen numerous people in the parking lot that we had arrested in the past for drug activity, for actually drug arrest.
And how long were you outside of the location making observations?
Approximately 30 minutes.
And what, if anything, did you observe which was unusual that caused you to take action of any sort?
At that time, we observed numerous people in the parking lot. They were yelling, they were cursing, they were jumping up and down on cars.
Court's indulgence.
They were jumping up and down on cars, and They were basically, they were being very, very loud, and they were, I'm not sure what they were drinking, but we could see they were drinking something obviously on the lot.
Okay. And what if anything, did you do in response to making these observations?
At that time, we did nothing. We were making observations to make sure who was there and making sure basically nothing got out of control at that time.
Was there a time, that based on your observations, you were forced into action?
Yes, sir.
And could you please explain those circumstances?
Yes, sir. After we had made those observations, we left that establishment. We returned approximately at 1 a.m. and we began the same observations again. And approximately about 1:15 a.m., we saw a very large crowd coming outside of that establishment, and they were fighting.
When you say a large crowd, approximately how many people do you mean?
At that time, I would say it was about 25 to 30.
Okay. And in response to seeing, where was this large crowd, you said, fighting?
They came outside of the establishment and onto the parking lot, which is directly outside of the establishment.
Upon making the observations of this fighting, what, if anything, did you do?
Myself and Detective Bonomo, we got out of our vehicle, we started approaching the crowd, and once we got to about, I'd say approximately 20 feet from them, we realized that we were obviously outnumbered.
And when that happened, what did you do next?
That time I called for more units.
Okay. And what, in response to your call for more units, what happened?
At that time, the dispatcher dispatched more units to the scene, and at that time, I'd say maybe 5 to 6 police arrived, and the crowd then began growing even more, I would say, with the fights. It was a lot of big fights and a lot of small fights on the side.
How about approximately how many number of fights would you say you observed?
I would say over 10 different groups of people, like 10 different small fights going on.
Okay. And approximately how long did this fighting last?
This one lasted, I would say, approximately 5 to 7 minutes before the large part of the crowd ran back inside the establishment.
Now, in that 5 to 7 minutes time period, how many other police responded to the scene?
During this time, the dispatcher attempted to raise myself and Detective Bonomo, and due to the noise and what was going on, we never obviously heard her, and a Signal 13, which is assistant officer, was dispatched.
Okay. And
When was the assistant officer, just at that point?
I'm sorry, sir?
When was the assistant officer?
It was at some point, the dispatcher, as they were running back inside, kept trying to raise us, and we, like I said, we were unable to hear due
Was
to
that
the...
Signal 3?
That's Signal 13, sir.
13.
Yes, which means assistant officer.
Okay, go ahead, I didn't understand what you said.
You stated earlier, you said approximately 5 or 6 units or police officers responded at that time?
Police.
Okay.
Yes, I'm saying, when I say units, it's like, it's majority one-man cars.
Okay. And after those 5 or 7 minutes, was the crowd dispersed?
No, sir.
So they kept fighting?
They kept fighting, and like I said, and then the large part of the crowd went back inside the establishment. And there were still small fights going on, but the bigger part of the crowd ran back inside.
Okay. After the bigger part of the crowd ran back inside, what, if anything, happened next?
At that time, I continued staying outside with Detective Bonomo, and there was, by this time, numerous other police there. We were trying to break up all the other little fights going on.
Now, during this time period, 5 to 7 minutes, and after the large crowd went outside, what, if anything, was security from Club Taste International doing on the outside of the premises, based on your observations?
Objection.
Why?
He hasn't identified how he knows who was security or who they were.
I saw no one that I would deem to be security, anyone with a security shirt on, sweatshirt, or the only thing I observed were numerous people fighting.
Was anybody else but the police trying to break up the fights?
No, sir.
And after the large crowd went inside and the fighting continued, what happened next?
Then I would say, I'm estimating approximately 3 to 5 minutes later, I saw the large crowd come back outside, still fighting, onto the same parking lot.
When we say large crowd, approximately how many people are you talking about?
I would say approximately 30 or more that came outside, and that's not including the people outside continuing fighting, the smaller groups.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened next?
At that time, we continued trying to break up the fights. I didn't see any security at the door. I didn't see any security personnel outside, and it was about 1:28 a.m. The dispatcher got on the air and said there had been a stabbing at the establishment.
Okay. And at this time, once the larger crowd came out, were there any more additional police resources that had responded to the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to object to the terminology, police resources. I don't know what resources we're talking about.
I can clarify, Your Honor. Were there any other police officers that responded to the scene during this time period after the large crowd came out again?
Yes, sir. I would say it was approximately 25 or more police. The Foxtrot, which is our aviation unit, the helicopter unit, they responded. We're over top of the establishment, using obviously their spotlight to try to assist us and help us.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you could describe that area, the 4300 block of Curtis Avenue, how familiar are you with that area?
I've been in the area for a little bit.
Okay. When you say a little bit, what do you mean?
I would say I've been in that district for approximately 9 years now.
Okay. Now, are there residences around this particular location?
Yes, sir.
And how close are the residences? When I say residences, what kind of housing is around this particular establishment?
There are row homes. When you exit the club, right by the parking lot, next to the parking lot, the row homes start, and then they go all the way up the block, which would come up to Pennington Avenue. So as soon as you come onto the parking lot, there's row houses. And they go, like I said, they go all the way up to Pennington Avenue, which is a whole city block.
Now, based on your 9 years of being familiar with this area, those areas are residences and not commercial districts, or not commercial businesses?
Correct, sir.
Okay. And, court's indulgence. What happened after word was dispatched that a stabbing occurred?
I personally began walking up the 1600 block of Hazel, which is where these houses are, which is right next to the club, to canvass the area. I was looking around to see if I could find the victim that got stabbed.
Mm-hmm.
And during this time, the fighting had continued. It was still in the parking lot and had continued on the Hazel, the 1600 block of Hazel Avenue, where all the residential homes are.
And describing the fighting, was the fighting loud? What was the volume level, if you could describe it to the board, 0 being extremely quiet, 10 being extremely loud? What was the volume level of the fighting that you heard and observed on February 14, 2015 at this time?
I would estimate it close to 9.5. And when I say that is because the dispatcher was attempting to raise me. I couldn't hear, and I would estimate 3/4 of the homeowners in that block had come out, and this was after, it was past 1:30 a.m., and I would estimate 75% of the homeowners now on their porch, obviously trying to see what happened or what was going on and what all the noise was about.
And based on your observations, did the emergency responding vehicles, particularly the police vehicles, make any noise in terms of coming to the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did they make noise?
They were obviously coming lights and sirens because when a signal 13 is dispatched, that means an officer's in trouble. So all responding units will obviously get there safely and as quickly as possible by using their lights and sirens.
Okay. And after after it was dispatched that somebody had been stabbed, what then did you do?
Like I said, I began canvassing for the victim of the stabbing while the fighting continued, and I was unable to locate the victim.
Okay. Now, did you happen to write a police report memorializing your observations on that date and time?
Yes, sir.
And I'm now showing you what's marked as Exhibit Number 1. Can you identify that document?
Yeah, this is a supplement, basically a follow-up to the initial report that was written.
And who wrote that report?
I wrote it.
Okay. I'm going to move this into evidence as Exhibit Number 1. Council has a copy. Sorry.
Okay. Mark it.
I have a copy. Thank you, sir.
Mark it. Go ahead.
No further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross.
Sergeant, you were there with numerous police officers, is that correct?
Yes.
How many arrests were made?
I honestly I didn't make any arrest.
Do you know of anybody making an arrest?
I didn't personally see anybody make an arrest, no.
To your knowledge, nobody was arrested?
Well, yeah, from what I saw, no.
And you through this long dissertation about all these people that were fighting, but not yet one person was arrested as far as you know.
Yeah, that was for officer safety reasons.
Well, you're giving me something that I didn't even ask you. I asked you if any people were arrested. It's either a yes or no answer.
It was for officer safety reasons, they were not.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
It was officer safety, Your Honor, that no arrests were made.
All right, you want me to go into this? You had a gun? All the police officers had gun and tasers?
I don't believe everybody had a taser.
How many of those individuals that were fighting had guns and tasers as far as you know?
Objection.
No, Rube, I don't know where he's
If you
going.
want me to
Listen.
estimate and be honest, I would say
How many
probably
you know
25% of those people had guns on
And
them
you
that day.
saw them?
No, I did not.
No,
You asked me
okay.
my opinion, I gave
I
it.
didn't ask you your opinion. I asked you, how many did you see that had them? You say none.
I did not see it.
And then as far as you know, no arrests were made.
Correct.
And how many police officers you say were there?
Say approximately 25 in that area.
And along with that, who called the signal 13?
The dispatcher, I don't know if any police did because I couldn't hear the radio. I know the dispatcher, more than one signal 13 was dropped.
And along with that, did you talk to any personnel from the establishment?
No, I didn't see anybody on the lot to talk to, on the parking lot.
Go back to talk to anybody.
I was outside and I never saw any personnel outside to talk to.
Did you ever go inside?
No, I never went inside.
All right. So you don't know if there were any personnel inside, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. And along with that, you indicated that you didn't see anybody that were, any personnel, you referred to them as security personnel from the establishment outside.
Correct.
All right. But there were all police outside.
Correct.
What authority do the security people have with regard to any arrest powers outside?
Objection.
When the fighting first started, there was only 3 police officers there for a couple minutes.
Can I just stop? What authority do they have for arrest powers? That's all I'm asking.
Sir, I don't know. You're asking me a question. I'm trying to answer it to the best of my
Do they
knowledge.
have any arrest powers?
I don't think they do. I don't know what they're...
Security. Security.
Yes.
What authority do they have on the outside, if you know?
For arrest, I'm pretty
For
sure if
anything.
it's their parking lot, they have authority to get people off their lot.
And
This fighting was on their parking lot, which is their property.
you know that's their property, as a matter of fact.
Do I know if the parking lot's their property? Well, they let cars park there, and that's where they
Do you
escort
know-
people in there.
Still easy. You always want to argue it. Do you know if it's theirs as a matter of fact? That's all I'm asking you.
I would say yes, it's their property. I'm giving you my,
You know that.
asking me that.
And you mentioned, how many homeowners did you talk to?
How many did I talk to? I'd say about 8 to 10.
Can you give me their names?
I wouldn't give you their names, no.
You wouldn't or you can't? There's two different things here.
A few of them I know, but for obviously their safety, I wouldn't. And some of them I did not know. They were on their porch, and I was asking them what they had observed or what they saw.
It's in your police report.
No,
It's not in your police report.
no,
Why wouldn't you put that in the police report?
because that's a follow-up. It's a concise
Is it in
thing of
there?
the facts. It doesn't mean it has to go in there.
So if I was wanting to find out what you did, I would have to ask you more questions that are in this police report.
You asked me a question. Everything doesn't have to go in the police report. If you look at the bottom of it, what it states on the police report, it says about a concise facts of what happened. Doesn't say everything has to go in there.
And what time was it that you left the establishment?
I would say I was there over 30 minutes. I would say around 2 a.m., maybe a little later.
Who was the person that was stabbed?
Who was it?
Yeah.
His name's Adrian Belmont.
Did you ever talk to him?
No, I did not talk to him that night.
Do you know where he was stabbed? Not what
Uh,
part of his body, where he was in relation to the establishment.
Objection. He never testified that he did know where he was stabbed. He said he heard.
No, I don't know where he was stabbed at, or what location.
And is it fair to say you never talked to him?
That's correct.
And as far as you know, nobody was ever arrested for stabbing him?
I honestly don't know, sir.
It's fine. No further questions. Next witness.
Going to be calling Sergeant Johns to the stand.
been sworn.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you please state your name and duty assignment for the record?
My name is Detective Sergeant Kelly Johns. I work in the Southern District, and I'm a non-fatal shooting supervisor. And that night, I was the sergeant in charge of the detective unit.
I know, what's her name?
Kelly Johns.
How do you spell the last name?
Johns.
Okay, I'm having trouble hearing you.
I know, I'm sorry.
Probably is my fault, but,
I have one of those voices.
I'm not blaming you, but maybe you can speak a little louder.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And how long have you been with Baltimore City Police Department?
I'm working on my 16th year.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to respond to location 4314 Curtis Avenue, also known as Taste International, on February 14, 2015?
Yes, I did.
And why did you respond to that?
Well, actually, prior to the cutting that happened at about 1:30 in the morning, we were out there around 11 o'clock at night. One of my detectives and I were driving through the area, and we observed a large crowd get out of a few cars outside of Taste International. We stopped our car to look to see who it was, because that's not the best area right there, and we were watching this crowd. You could smell the marijuana coming from the cars when they got out, and my detective is very familiar with the area. And he looked at the guys and said, what are these guys doing around here? They don't live around here. These guys are from Patapsco Avenue. So we actually got on the radio earlier that night around 11 o'clock, and we advised the units in Sector 1 to stay in the area of Taste International, because this one group who doesn't live around there was actually going to the bar, and we thought that could cause a little bit of trouble. So we got on the air. Major Dombrowski advised Sergeant Cameron's units to stay around the area because they weren't going inside the bar right away. So the officer Thomas, she responded that was her area. She sat outside the bar for a few hours.
Now, what, if anything, brought you back to the bar?
Okay, well, I actually was on my way home. It was about 1:25, I guess 1:30, and I was listening to the radio, and I heard a Signal 13 get dropped outside of the place, Taste International.
Mm-hmm. And what is a Signal 13?
Signal 13 also, like Sergeant Cameron said, is assist an officer. It's when an officer is when the dispatcher feels that the officer is in danger, and she asks every unit to respond to that area to assist.
And in response to hearing that Signal 13, what did you do?
Well, I pulled my car over because I was waiting to find out what exactly was happening, because my unit actually handles everything that happens, like cuttings and shootings, and it sounded like something was going to happen. So I pulled over. It was a few blocks from my house. I pulled over and was listening. So like Sergeant Cameron said, she did drop, more than one Signal 13, which is unusual because they're usually for a minute or two.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed a lot longer, so I waited, and I heard Sergeant Cameron, he kept asking for more units, and the dispatcher couldn't hear him, what he was, she couldn't raise him because you just could hear the crowd. You could hear it through the radio because people were trying to talk on the radio. So then Officer Thomas got on the radio a few minutes later and said that she believed someone was stabbed and they just got into a certain type of vehicle. She put the vehicle on the radio, saying everybody, because we have a hospital close by, which is Harbor Hospital. It's in the Southern. It seems like every time something happens, they all go to Harbor. So we had an officer go to Harbor. A vehicle pulled up. There was a stabbing victim inside. The officer at the hospital spoke to the injured person. I believe he actually escorted him into the hospital and asked where this happened, and he said...
I'm going to object as to if that person is not here to testify as to what that person said and if he hadn't been summoned.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm not going to rule on it because I couldn't hear it. I don't know what she said. So you start over.
I'm gonna just direct your attention.
She's talking too fast.
Okay.
And she's, telling us things that she knows well, but we don't. And she has to explain her testimony and make it relevant to the issue that we're here today for.
Understand, Your Honor. Sergeant, just directing your attention to when you got that phone call when you were in your car going home. What did you exactly do in response to hearing that second Signal 13 drop?
Okay, well, when the victim responded to the hospital, the officer advised on the radio that we had a cutting. So that's when I turned my car around. I drove to Taste International. I talked to my Detective Green, who will be testifying after me. I told her to stay at the station. I advised another detective to go to the hospital, and I went to the crime scene.
Okay, and I'm just gonna, actually, you've spoken a lot about calls and calls for service and people calling on the radio. I'm now just gonna show you what's been marked as exhibit number 2, okay? Could you please let the board know what is this document you're looking at?
This is a police CAD report.
And what's a CAD report?
It is the actual 911 call that comes in or when the officer initiates a call.
Okay, and if, in looking at this document, could you tell the board what incident this CAD report references?
This is the cutting at Curtis and Hazel Avenue.
Is this the same cutting that were here before the board today that occurred on February 14th, 2015?
Yes.
And if you could look at that record, or that CAD report, what does that CAD report tell us in regards to officer response to the scene? If you can look through that CAD report.
It tells you what officers responded.
Could you, by looking at that report, estimate approximately how many officers responded to this particular incident?
It says 911,
What does that mean?
Unit 911, Unit 913, 9 Charlie 13. It's 2. It says 9050, 9 Charlie 45, 9 Charlie 12, 9048, 9 Charlie 41X, that means it's a partner, 9 Adam 22, 9 Adam 21, 9 Charlie 34, 9 Adam 09, 9 Charlie 10, 9 Charlie 24X, 9 Charlie 33X, repeats, 9050, I think I said. Let's see. I don't know if I said 9 Charlie 23. 3870, that's me. 9 Adam 40, 5841. That's on the radio.
So approximately
This is-
17, is that correct?
Approximately how many?
17 units responded.
Now, is this to the hospital or to the scene?
This is to the scene, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I'm gonna, if I may, gonna move into evidence exhibit number 2, a copy of the CAD report.
Well, I'm going to object. Once we have somebody to authenticate it.
No, overruled. This is a community hearing board, as you know from your long experience.
I just have to make it for the record.
Yeah, fine, but we're not at the circuit court level, and therefore it's admitted, overruled, mark it.
It's not noticed.
Hmm? Yin, all right, go ahead.
Thank you. Now, when you responded to the scene, what, if anything, as were you the designated cutting investigator, were you the stabbing investigator when you responded, or what were your duties when you responded to the scene?
Just the supervisor. My detective that was assigned to the case was Detective Green Dargan. I just went to the scene to assist because we weren't sure how many people were coming in, so I just was the investigator at the scene.
And what did you do when you got to the scene?
I walked inside. By the time I got there, the area was clear outside. We just had officers outside with the area roped off with police tape. I went inside to the bar and I spoke with the owner. I believe he was the owner.
Who did he identify himself as?
Mr. Jay Silla. He was on crutches at the time. I believe he's the man over there on the end.
When you said the end? No.
That's not Jay? Okay. Sorry, maybe not.
Did he, what happened?
I spoke to Mr. Jay Silla. He was the one that said.
Is he here today?
I thought possibly that was him. He kinda looks like, resembles the
one?
man at the end, but I guess he's not. There was 3 black males that I spoke to, but Mr. Silla was the one who provided his
inside the
information.
bar?
Yes.
Mhm.
They all stood together, like they were representing the restaurant, or the bar.
And
At that time, I asked Mr. Silla what happened. He told me that while they were closing, there were security officers inside also with security written on the front of their shirts.
So you observed security personnel?
A few,
How,
yes.
when you say a few, how many?
From what I remember, maybe 2 to 3.
Okay.
They were at the door ready to go. It seemed like everybody was kind of waiting on me and the crime lab.
And what,
You gotta have to talk slower.
okay.
Gosh.
I know she's used to talking fast, but I'm not used to hearing fast. So
Understand.
it's not working.
Understand. May
And I
I?
have to hear it.
I understand, sir. May I just have a moment to speak
Yeah.
to the sir?
That's no problem. That's no problem.
So, if you could, when you got into the bar and began having a conversation with the individual who,
She said she talked to Mr. Stiller.
Mr. Stiller.
And she saw 2 or 3 security officers.
Correct.
I got that.
could you,
Now
That's it.
I'm lost after that.
okay,
That's all I said.
what if anything did you ask Mr. Silla at that time?
Well, at the time, we were not sure who was having the party and who exactly was inside beside the individuals that I observed earlier that night.
You say you were not sure.
Yes, so
What
I
about
asked
to
him.
Mr. Stiller?
He just said that a lady named,
Checked as to what he said, he's not here.
well, I have notes to it.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I have notes.
What did he say?
He told me that a woman named Brenda reserved the bar for her nephew named E, like the letter E. He provided me with the telephone number of Brenda.
And
And he said that it was a memorial party for someone who was killed.
did he describe the circumstances in which this fight broke out?
Yes, he told me what he observed. He said that he was at the bar
Just gonna have a continuing objection, Your Honor. That's fine.
when a white male asked for some water. He said the white male turned around and yelled at a group of other males, and they all came towards him and attacked him.
Okay.
That's what he observed.
Now, what, if anything, did Mr. Stiller say about what his security personnel did to break up the fight?
He didn't say anything.
Okay. Now, how long were you in this establishment for?
I was in there for about 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. And I'm now going to be showing you, I've previously marked this as Exhibit 5, but I'm going to be now showing you what's marked as Exhibit 5. These are, can you please tell me what that is that I'm handing you? What are they?
They're photographs, copies of photographs from the crime scene.
Okay. And from the crime scene at Taste International?
Yes.
And are these photographs true and accurate representations of what you observed on February 14th, 2015?
Yes, I observed broken furniture and tables pushed around and beer all over the floor,
Now-
blood on the floor.
Now, this is marked, Your Honor, as Exhibit A5, and I'm actually, I actually numerated all the pages too on the photographs. And if you look at, I'm now showing what's marked as A5.
Well, let's not go past that one because we haven't seen it yet.
Correct. A56, right here, Your Honor, and you have it in your
What you
packet.
just identified.
Correct, Your Honor. A56 is where I'm starting, and it should be numbered. I numbered them for you. They should be numbered.
Thank you.
A56 through A523. I'm going to ask.
This is, I have 6.
That's it.
Yes, correct. A56, and then through 23. They're all numerated.
And what are we looking at?
Now, I'm
Crime
gonna ask-
scene?
Yes, correct. And I'm going to ask you, Sergeant John, to take a look at those photographs, and are those photographs true and accurate representations of the condition of the bar at the time?
Yes.
Well, at 23, it stopped, my group of pictures stopped the bar and started on a human being.
Correct. That's why I only want her, 23 is what she observed, Your Honor. I'm only asking about what she observed.
Mhm.
Yes, Your Honor, yes, that's the condition of the bar.
Okay. And based on what you observed, the condition of the bar, what did you believe happened there?
There was definitely
I'm gonna
Fight
object
inside.
as to what belief in this, that she said what she saw, but I don't have belief as a.
Sustained.
Okay, now, based on what was said by Mr. Stiller about the fight and what you saw based on your observations, based on your experience as a police officer in Fulton Street for 16 years, did you believe a fight occurred at that establishment?
Same objection.
yes. Oops.
No, I think it's for the commission to decide, based on the evidence. Sustained is to the objection. Let's go.
Okay, not a problem. I'm going to be moving into evidence, actually, exhibit number 5.
All right, mark them. All in evidence. Council have seen it, and also you've seen it. All the commissioners have seen it.
What, if anything more, did you ask the owner of the bar in regards to this particular incident?
I asked him if he had any video footage, because I did see a video.
Any what?
Video footage.
Mhm.
I did see a camera hanging from the ceiling that looked like it was broke, and he said that they do not have any video footage.
And did you ask him how many security personnel he usually has for an event like this?
I didn't, because honestly, I believe the bar just opened back up. There was a few guys standing at the door, and there was a few females that I believe were bartenders. I didn't ask him how much security he had.
By the time you got to the scene, was the fight still ongoing?
No.
Okay. Was there anybody else in the bar other than security personnel and the ownership?
Besides the police?
Besides the police?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
You didn't take these pictures, did you?
Crime Lab did,
How do you know they took them?
because that's what they do. They fill up,
No, how do you know by looking at
She's
this?
answering, and it's no fun sitting here listening to you cut them off. Just let her, you asked a question, she's answering your question. Answer the question, and stop cutting her off. That's why the judge can't hear.
There may have been other reason too.
Well, there might have been, but every time he interrupts while they're answering, you say you can't hear. So if you would just let her answer, and we can get this over with.
He has bad habits from the old days.
Well, and so I have bad habits of objecting to objectionable behavior. I can't sit here in a snowstorm listening to this. We're not gonna go forward that way. Let her answer your questions, and don't editorialize her answers.
Come on, folks, let's go.
Question, I'll be happy.
I observed
She's trying.
Crime Lab take photographs.
From what's in here, what tells me this is a crime lab photographs?
That's an envelope that Crime Lab fills out when they take their photographs. That's the first photo on every investigation.
That's fine, that's all I want to know. Now, when you were there, how many arrests were made?
I don't believe any.
No, how many police were there?
Well, I read off to you multiple
You said there were 17 different units there.
that were on the CAD sheet.
Hang on. Did you see 17 units when you were there?
When I got there, it was about 15 minutes later,
Mhm.
and most of the police went back into service. It
Mhm.
probably was longer than that, maybe 20 minutes.
So there were only some police there, wasn't as many as you said, no 17 units. You said most of them went back into service?
There was, I guess so. Or they were at the hospital. I can't tell you what they were doing.
All right, and when you got there, the inside the place was empty except for the employees, the people who were there, and the security people you saw.
And the police, a
Okay,
few police officers.
okay. And was the crime lab there then?
They just pulled up when they were coming in.
Okay. And along with that, when was the last time that you were in the establishment before this night?
I was never in the establishment.
You were never? Okay. And you said that you had gone by earlier and said there was a group that doesn't live around here.
They live they hang out in Patapsco and 9th Street, which is a different gang.
But they could still go in this place, is that correct?
I didn't say they couldn't.
Okay. All right. How many were there?
There's about 15 to 20,
Do you know their names?
a couple of them.
Can you tell me who they are?
Sure. I actually have their chart, if I could refer to it.
Their names, that's all I'm asking.
Well, I don't have them memorized. I have to look at their faces. I mean, what's the problem?
Dude, I'm just not saying, if you have a
Well, you're
name, just give
asking
me a
me and I
name.
told
I
you
don't what's a
that.
name.
We're just trying to get it for you, Mr.
I know.
Dubinsky. She's trying.
She said she has a chart. I just want the name.
Well, she's
Okay.
just saying she's
All
gonna
right.
look at the chart
Okay.
and pull the names and then give them to you
exactly what's happening now.
There's a man named Robert King that I recognized. There was a guy named Daquan Cheatham, who is he's a blood member from the tax.
Well, I'm going to object to that characterization. I just asked for the name.
She's answered your question.
Yeah, but Judge, I asked for a name.
Overruled, go ahead, let's go.
And I believe it was Davon Shields, I believe he was there. The rest of the guys, I couldn't see their faces. My detective is more familiar with them than I was, Your Honor.
They weren't doing anything illegal, were they?
They were smoking marijuana outside.
Did you make an arrest?
No, I didn't actually.
Did you seize any evidence to show it was marijuana?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
Because I didn't have to. I was in a vehicle and surrounded my car.
So it's all right. It's all right.
Honestly, if you really want to know, I'm an
No.
investigator, I'm not a drug cop. So if they're smoking weed outside and then when we get there and they go into the bar, we can decide to go into the bar and arrest them. You don't have to arrest them for marijuana.
You don't have to. Okay.
Depends on the amount.
But you didn't even know it was marijuana.
I could smell it.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Just a couple, Your Honor, just to clarify the record. You had introduced this before. These are the pictures, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talked about the envelope. Do you recognize what this number is? I'm looking at the first page right here.
Yes, that's the complaint number for the cutting.
What's a complaint number?
The complaint number is the Baltimore City number that's issued every time we have an incident that we have to report.
Now, could you please read aloud the complaint number that's associated with these pictures?
Sure, it's 159 B as in boy 05333.
Now, could you please tell me what the complaint number is associated with this stabbing?
Sure, this is the number that is on the report. The 15 means the year, the 9 means the district, which is the southern, the B means the month, and the number that was assigned to the case is 5333.
So these specific photos that were taken specifically for this case and is associated with this stabbing?
Yes, it
And
even
no other
says,
case?
it even says cutting on it on the date and who this crime lab is, who is 5841.
Okay. And you had, on cross-examination, defense counsel had asked you questions in regards to who these individuals were and how you knew them. How did you know them?
Well, I reckon.
I'm going to object. I just asked for their name.
Your Honor,
That's
you
all I asked.
Open the door. How did you know these individuals?
Well, they were all hanging outside of the bar at their cars, and when I stopped to slow down to see who they were, they surrounded our vehicle, and I recognized a few of them
From what?
from Patapsco Avenue and being arrested.
Okay. Arrested for what, if you can recall?
I don't recall. It's usually drugs, and
Well,
I
I'm
know
gonna object if she can't recall. I mean,
I don't have the exact dates with me,
Okay.
but I know they're guys from Patapsco Avenue who are always causing trouble.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you.
Any reason? All right. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Court's indulgence, a couple of officers came in a little bit late. May I turn my back to the court?
Sure.
Okay. Court's indulgence. Officer, can you please state your name for the record?
Officer Brian Stewart, Southern District, Uniform Patrol,
And Officer Stewart, how long have you been a Baltimore City Police Officer?
26 years,
And what are your current duties as a Baltimore City Police Officer?
Uniform Patrol,
And did you happen in uniform patrol, what is it that you do?
patrol the area of Tapsco Avenue. Sector 1 area is pretty much what it is.
Okay, and how long have you been in Sector 1?
For the last 5 months, but I've been in the district for over 20 years plus, so I've worked all sectors.
Okay, so were you called into
You're
serve?
talking about Southern District?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna,
Now, are we in Brooklyn or Curtis, where are we exactly?
He was actually in Curtis Bay,
Curtis Bay, that's where Curtis Avenue.
Curtis Avenue, Pennington Avenue, yes, sir.
On the way down Patapsco Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, go ahead.
and you said this has been in sector for 9 months? 4 months. And primarily is the sector residential or commercial?
It's both.
Okay, and concentrating your attention to the 4300 block of Curtis Avenue, is that primarily a commercial area or residential area?
Residential.
Okay. So when you were called, just directing your attention to February 14, 2015, approximately 1:28 a.m., were you called to respond to a call for service at 4314 Curtis Avenue?
I was advised to respond to the hospital where the victim was at.
Okay.
In reference to the cutting to this address.
Okay, and did you happen to respond to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Okay, could you please tell the board what were your observations after being advised to go to the hospital?
Once I got on scene, the vehicle that he was transporting in was parked in front of the hospital. I went into the emergency section, emergency ward, and spoke with the victim.
And who was the victim?
Adrian Belmont.
And when speaking to the victim, what, if anything, did he say to you?
Objection. Just for the record, because he's not here. He wasn't summoned. And he wasn't summoned. Okay.
What, if anything, did the victim say to you?
He advised me that he was inside the bar.
When he said the bar, what did he mean?
Taste International.
Okay. And when he said he was inside the bar, what happened?
A fight broke out. He tried to break it up, and then he felt something on his left side.
Mm-hmm.
At which time he was rushed to the hospital.
Okay. And as a result of what he felt on his left-hand side,
He was stabbed.
He was stabbed. And that happened inside
Inside the club.
Now, I'm going to be showing you, this is, again, the pictures that was introduced before, marked as A5. I'm showing you now picture 24, 25, and 26. Right here.
I know what I saw.
Okay. Now I'm showing you some marked 24, 25, and 26. I want you to just take a look at those pictures. Now, those pictures true and accurate representations of what you observed on February 14th, 2015, in response to this call for the stabbing where you went to where you went to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay, what hospital did you go to?
Harbor Hospital.
And this is where the victim was located at the time?
Yes.
Okay, and that is a picture of the victim with the stab wounds?
Yes, it is.
Now I'm going to be introducing then in its entirety all the photos, Your Honor. What, if anything else, did the victim say about the circumstances that led to the fight at the time?
He was trying to break up a fight at the time when he felt the stab, when he got stabbed in the side.
Did he make any statements to you about how many people were involved in the fight?
No, he couldn't tell me.
Okay.
He was actually he said it was two people that was involved. He was trying to break that fight up.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yes, when he felt something in his side. He never saw the person who stabbed him. He got stabbed from the back. He never saw him, so he couldn't tell me who it was.
Did he tell you what, if anything, happened after he got stabbed?
Then he got rushed to the hospital. Got put in the car and rushed to the hospital.
Okay. Did you happen to write a report in regards to this incident?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you some mark for evidence. Is this a copy of your report?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what CC number is that associated with your report?
15-9, B as in boy, 5333.
Is that the same CC number that's associated with the pictures, associated with all evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to be moving into evidence a copy of the report, and I actually showed Mr. Kadinsky a copy of the report.
Cross.
Yeah, did you ever go back to the Club International?
No.
Club Taste, I'm sorry?
No, sir, I did not.
All right, so all your conversations had to do with the Harbor Hospital?
That's correct.
All right, do you know if there was any follow-up investigation, if anybody was ever charged?
No, I don't know at this time.
All right. Did you know if anybody followed up with Mr. Bellman at all?
The DDU detectives were going to follow up.
Okay. Do you know if they ever came to the hospital?
One did.
Which one came?
Detective O'Connor.
O'Connor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So it goes, you don't know really anything, as a matter of fact, what happened at the club. All you know is what you were told. Is that correct?
That's why I was advised by the victim, yes.
Right. So you weren't there, you didn't see anything?
No, I didn't
You never
see
went
anything.
there. Right. I have no further questions.
All right, next witness.
I'm going to be calling Detective Green to the stand. Can you please state your name for the record?
Detective Sabrina Green, Dargan.
And do you go Detective Green Dargan or Detective Dargan?
It's Green Dargan.
Detective Green Dargan, how long have you been with the Baltimore City Police Department?
I've been with the Baltimore City Police Department for 10 years.
And what is it that you do with the Baltimore City Police Department at this time?
I work in the Southern District Detective Unit. We investigate serious crimes.
Okay.
Such as aggravated assaults, shootings, and robberies.
Can you speak a little louder into the mic?
Such as aggravated assaults, robberies, and shootings.
And did you happen to be assigned to an investigation concerning...
Go, excuse me.
Sorry, no, it's fine. Did you happen to Pardon me, Bryce?
Why don't come down on this side?
Here. Detective, if you want to be right here. Detective, do you want to use this one? This one?
Yes.
Detective, were you called to the scene on February 14, 2015, approximately 1:30 a.m. in regards to a stabbing that took place at Taste International?
I actually did not respond to the scene.
Okay, can you explain to the board your involvement in this case? How did you become involved in this case?
I actually stayed at the station. My supervisor, Sergeant John, she actually responded to the scene, and another detective, Detective O'Connor, he responded to the hospital. And I stayed at the station waiting for witnesses, victims, to interview those people.
And so was that your role, your assignment?
At that moment, yes.
Okay, and if you could, please explain to the board who, if anybody, you interviewed in regards to this incident on that night.
Okay. That evening, that morning, I actually spoke to, if I could look at my paperwork, the wife of the victim, Miss Keisha Bellman, and also her sister, Miss Katina Pinkney. And then the next evening, I went and spoke to the victim, Mr. Adrian Bellman, at the hospital.
Okay, I actually, if I may, Your Honors, I have something I'd like to play for you, and Madam Commissioner, is it okay if I put this right here?
Yes.
Okay. Pardon me, I'm just going to boot it up. Now, when you spoke with you said you spoke to the sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
What time did you speak to the sister-in-law?
It's going to be on the recorded statement. I don't know exactly what time it was.
If you can approximate.
I want to say maybe around 2:30 a.m.
Okay. And when you spoke with her, where did you speak with her?
At the Southern District.
And what are the procedures that you usually use to speak to an individual who may be a witness to an incident such as this?
We just go over the time, the date, location where the incident occurred, give the CC number and everything like that.
Okay. And do you also make sure that any recording device is working properly?
Oh, yes.
And did you happen to have a conversation with the sister? You said you had a conversation with the sister-in-law approximately what time?
I thought it was around 2:30, 3 o'clock.
And did you have a recording device at that time?
Yes.
And was it working properly?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm just going to play you a little excerpt of the footage, and I believe I provided this to Mr. Kadinsky as well, correct?
All right, I'm not making an objection to it as to relevancy of whether the person was even there and why they were here to be summoned.
And your answer?
My answer is, Your Honor, this is direct audio testimony, or not testimony, but a direct audio evidence that was procured by Detective Green. She was present there. You're going to hear her voice. She's going to confirm that this is the recording that she made at the time. And I'm going to ask her if this recording was doctored in any way, shape, or form when she provided it to me. If she answers in the negative, Your Honor, I believe that would be reliable hearsay testimony. Evidence.
My objection is taking a statement from somebody who hasn't identified was even there at the location. So the relevancy is they're taking a statement from someone who was not at the club taste.
Well, that goes to the weight. Overruled. Go ahead.
And I will just say objection, Your Honor, to that statement because she actually just testified, the sister-in-law
Let's
was there.
proceed. Goes to the weight of the evidence.
Today's date is February 14th, 2015. The time is 3:18 a.m. Detective Greenbaum, Detective O'Connor were here in the Southern District to discuss the incident that occurred at 4314 Curtis Avenue, Club Taste.
Now, hold on for a second. Is that you?
Yes.
That's speaking?
Yes.
And that's,
I'm gonna turn it around.
I can hear.
I can,
Yeah.
let me just see. Hold on, maybe I can.
PC number 159, B is a boy, 05333. With us, we have, can you state your name and date of birth for the record, please?
Katina Pinkney, 5/27/1987.
And when you, just, I'm pausing again, now when you identified Ms. Pinkney, she did provide an identification, did provide information so that this was Ms. Pinkney in front of you,
Yes,
speaking at the time? Okay.
All right, Ms. Pinkney, I just need to bring your attention back to a little earlier this morning. If you can go ahead and tell me what happened down in Club Taste.
From what my view was, by the time I seen the altercation start, Adrian was already standing on the couch when they were fighting. I didn't even see that he was a part of the fight because he was up on a couch.
Where were you at?
I was in like the back towards the bar. Like the door's right here, the bar right here, so I'm back here, the fight right here in front of the big screen TV. He's standing on the couch, so I didn't even know he was a part of what was going on.
Did you see who was fighting?
There were a lot of people was fighting. I seen some white boys, I seen some black boys, one black boy with a black hoodie on, I can't remember that. But it was a couple people, it was girls fighting.
Let me ask you this, who did you come to this place with?
I came with my sister and her husband.
Okay, and what's your sister's name?
Keisha.
And her husband?
Adrian.
Okay. What time did y'all get there?
Maybe like 12 o'clock exactly, probably.
You actually got to Club Taste at 12 o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Left my house at like 11 something.
And that was your first destination?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all wasn't nowhere else before that?
In my house.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Who else did you guys meet up with anybody at Taste? Like somebody Adrian?
Oh yeah, my girlfriend, Erin.
And I'm pausing it. Now, who is that in the room, the male voice?
That's Detective O'Connor.
Was he present there at the time?
Yes.
Okay, and that's him asking those questions.
Yes.
I seen, that's who, I came, oh, wait, I'm sorry. We went to Cerner's first.
Okay.
We went to Cerner's first, and we stopped there, and that's when we found out everybody was at Taste. So we went down there. Huh?
You met up with Erin?
No, she wasn't at Cerner's. She wasn't there. She wasn't there. I had already messaged her on Instagram, and she said by the time I got to, she was at Cerner's first, and then she had already went to Taste. By the time I got there late. We got there late.
You talking about Erin, Rez's baby's mother?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So by the time we got there, she was already at Taste. So then we went down there to meet her.
Okay. Who else was she down there with?
Bridge was down there. Meth was down there. D,
light skin D?
D Dollars. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
Was Dada there?
I don't remember seeing him. I haven't seen him in a long time.
What about Party?
I seen Party.
Party was there too?
I don't remember who else. I really don't.
Was any of them fighting? Do you remember?
I didn't see none of them per se fighting. I can't remember the only one I really was seeing was Party, and I don't remember if I seen him fighting or not. I remember seeing him, but I don't remember if he was fighting.
Was his girlfriend there with him?
I didn't know he had a girlfriend.
The white girl, his baby's mother?
I don't know about her.
Okay.
So how long was you guys there before all this started?
Maybe about an hour and some change. So it probably started like around, the fight probably started like 1:30 or something like that. Maybe a little after 1:30.
And you saw Adrian just standing on the couch?
That's all I seen. That's why I didn't know he was even a part of anything, because I seen him standing up on the couch. Seen him standing up on the couch.
And then what happened?
I thought he was, when I was leaving, started to try to get out the door. They were still fighting, in front of the bar. When I started to try to leave out the door, I thought he was by me, but he wasn't, because by the time I got inside the hallway, I seen a couple of other females that I knew that was getting like pushed on and stuff, trampled over, and he wasn't right there.
So
But
where
he
was
was, I don't know. I really don't know. Keisha disappeared. I do not know where she was.
So when did you see them again?
When I walked up a little bit across the parking lot.
So you was outside?
Yeah, I had got outside. I was in the vestibule area. I had got outside. The police was asking everybody to come out, leave out the club. I had got a little bit across the parking lot, and I turned and seen my sister's car. I seen nobody there first. When I turned back around again, I seen my sister at the car, and I seen Adrian at the car with an officer, and a lady officer was telling him something. And all I know, he started saying, "Go to the hospital, go to the hospital." Somebody stabbed him.
Okay, did he say who stabbed him?
He didn't say who stabbed him. He just kept fussing.
What was he saying on the way to the hospital?
He'd go calling my sister names like, "Don't stop at no red light, just go." Just basically encouraging her to hurry up and get to the hospital.
Think of anything else that would help figure out what happened? What the fight maybe started over?
No, because it just was a mess. I don't know.
You couldn't hear what was being said?
Not by the time I got right there. Like, I was a little bit farther back. When I seen Adrian and Keisha the first time, I'm like, come on, let's try to get out. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know what started everything. I don't know.
Anything else you'd like to add?
I think so.
Okay. That concludes this tape statement. It's still February 14, 2015. The time's now 3:25 a.m.
You made that a recorded statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that statement doctored at all or changed?
No.
Okay, and then you submitted that statement to me, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to be moving into evidence the statement of the sister-in-law, what was her name?
Katina Pinkney.
Katina Pinkney into evidence, Your Honor.
Same objection I had before.
Overruled, mark it.
Now, did you ever have an opportunity to record and interview anybody else in regards to this incident? When the victim, who is the victim?
Adrian.
And what were the circumstances that you interviewed?
I actually interviewed him in the hospital shop room.
Okay. And when did you interview him?
It was still 14th, but it was the following day. It was like around, it was in the evening around 7 p.m.
Okay. And when you went there, how did you record this interview?
Same way as my tape.
Okay. And was it in working condition?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm just going to play a real quick snippet of it and just want you to identify that.
Same objection as to the other one.
You have a continuing objection. No, we're not gonna go through all this. We're gonna get to the point, aren't we?
Yes.
Under CC number 159, B as in boy, 05333. With us, we have Mr. David Davis.
4/29/86.
All right, Mr. Bellman, I just want to bring your attention back to last night. If you can go ahead and tell me how you actually ended up at Taste Lounge and what happened while you was there.
I ended up at Taste Lounge, trying to take my wife out for a good time, Valentine's Day. Wound up going down there with me, my wife, which is Keisha Pinkney, and her sister, Katina Pinkney.
Okay. Continue.
And I don't know, we went through the whole night, pretty much no problems. Pretty much towards the end of the fight, towards the end of the night, it was a big fight. Guys from different sides jumping in everywhere.
What you mean, different sides?
Guys from different fucking areas or different affiliations.
What two different neighborhoods are you talking about?
I'm speaking of like upper Brooklyn, like 9th Street and shit, and and dudes from Curtis Bay. And, after that, I guess I was wrong place, wrong time. I got stabbed. Don't really know who did it. And that's about it.
Okay. Who all did you see there during your time at the Taste Lounge?
Saw some friends.
Who are your friends that you meet up with?
Devin, one of my friends down there.
Today's date is
I
September
can
the
pause this, Your
February
Honor. I mean,
14th,
I can, I don't,
2015.
the reason
The time-
why I don't want to just paraphrase is because it's actually the individual speaking, and I'd like to move it into evidence, Your Honor, unless, and maybe a couple of curse words in here that you may hear. Is that okay? It is what it is, Your Honor. I know that we're on, live TV, but I just want to make sure that.
Overruled, let's go.
Okay.
Today's date is.
Apologize.
You know, we're here on a liquor board hearing.
Correct, Your Honor. The
And
issue.
they're not the investigation of a stabbing necessarily. We're
correct,
getting
Your Honor.
far off the issue.
And the
Today's
reason,
date
and
is
the
September
reason why this is
February
actually
14th,
in my,
2015.
and I'll
The
argue
time
the reason that this is relevant is because you hear statements made from the victims themselves about the melee that occurs inside. And I think that's appropriate because if we're bringing a public welfare and a illegal conduct matter, I think that is relevant.
Okay, let's go.
And just, the best evidence would have been to have that individual here so I could cross-examine him. I made my objection. I'll just leave it go at that.
I agree, but he's not here, so we're going to overrule your objection. Let's go.
And Your Honor, I can, if defense counsel doesn't want, or will just allow me to just introduce the evidence over objection, that will be no problem. I don't have to play it. You can listen to it, at another time, or it'll just be in.
Well, you have to ask him. He's standing right there.
I'm objecting. If you let it in, you can listen to it anytime you want.
So he's objecting, and so because he's objecting, I have to play it.
Yeah.
I apologize for the length and any,
Today's date
and I'll move forward to where we were. I apologize.
2015. The time. Today's date is February 14th.
You know, this electronic stuff is really,
I apologize.
in the future, I mean, it's really not the best way to proceed. I mean, this is ridiculous almost. It's hard to understand, it's hard to figure out who was talking to whom, who the names are, where the location is, all the things that we're concerned with. And she's going on and on advising her rights and all that stuff. I mean, I'm really unhappy with it.
Okay, Your Honor.
I don't really recognize anybody else. Wouldn't know him.
When the fighting started, what did you do?
I initially got up on the couch just to try to get out the way and see what actually was going the fuck on.
And then at what point did you get off the couch?
This is the.
This Adrian?
Yes, Your
I
Honor.
thought
I
I saw
said,
one of them.
I had asked previously the detective who was she interviewing at the hospital, and she.
Okay, this is
stated
Adrian.
This is Adrian. This is the victim himself.
That's the victim.
We have this at the FCC.
Okay.
It says Channel 25 campers.
All right. I'm just gonna move, I'm moving the evidence over objection.
Cable?
Public access.
Cable, you can say anything.
It's public access.
Okay. Your Honor, Your Honor, I won't I'll move the first tape in, Your Honor, and I won't move the second tape in, Your Honor. Okay. No further questions for this witness at this time.
Let me just ask you, Detective, you don't have any personal knowledge, you didn't visit the scene, you weren't there to look at any of the evidence at the scene, just, you took everything at the station, is that correct?
Yes, other than the victim, I went to the hospital.
Okay, no further questions.
Well, next witness.
If we paraphrase this, what did the victim tell you at that hospital interview? Since we won't listen to the video, listen to the audio.
Same objection.
Overruled.
I can read this, what I wrote.
Just take a look if it refreshes your recollection.
Mr. Bellman was out with his wife and his sister-in-law. They went to Club Taste. A fight broke out. He advised me that he noticed somebody that he knew was being beaten up, so he attempted to pull that person away from the fight, and at which time he said he felt a sharp pain in his chest, but at that time he thought it was just a punch. He didn't see who punched him, or he didn't realize he was stabbed until after he felt blood dripping from his left side. And that's when they went outside and he got a ride with his wife to the hospital.
Did he state where he was when he got stabbed?
He just said inside the location. He didn't say exactly.
And by location, we mean Club Taste?
Yes, Club Taste.
Okay, no further questions.
No question.
No.
Okay, next witness.
Your Honor, that will be our case, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir. Present your case.
Why don't you take that one right there, it's easier now. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Musbah Shitu.
How do you spell your first name, sir?
Musbah, M-U.
M?
U.
Can you pull that mic down? Just pull it down. You don't come bend down.
Okay.
He's a licensee, Your Honor, so it's on the license if you look at the charges.
No,
Okay, I'm sorry.
M-U.
M-U.
S-I.
Uh-huh.
B-A-U.
B-U. Okay, go ahead.
S-H-I-T-T-U. Musbah Shitu. My address is 958 Jack Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21225.
Now, you were there on February 14th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're also the licensee there, is that correct? All right, can you tell the board what you witnessed and what you saw?
On the 14th of February, I was there at the Taste Lounge, and around 1 o'clock, so they told the DJ to cut the music off. So after the DJ cut the music off, I went back to the office. So a little bit later on, like 5 minutes later, I just started hearing a noise, so I came outside.
And what did you see when you came outside? You're still in the building, right?
Yeah, I saw people pushing each other from the exit.
You saw people pushing people out, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you have security working there?
Yes, sir.
How many did you have there at night, if you remember?
3.
And they were all there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And along with that, did you see anybody get stabbed?
No.
Okay. Did you talk to the police when they came into the place later?
No. Oh, Jay talked to the police.
Okay, so they never talked to you?
No.
Did you see them in the place?
Yeah, they come over there.
All right, and do you know if they talked to anybody?
They talked to Jay and the
Jay,
security.
what's the full name with Jay?
Jay Salas.
Okay. And that's the only person they talked to?
Yeah, and the DJ.
And how about the security people?
They talked to one of the security.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was anybody arrested that night?
Nope.
And on the outside of the place, is there a parking lot there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's where people generally park their cars when they come in?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did anybody from the neighborhood or the community call you or say anything to you?
No.
And you're there every time the place is open, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And along with that, you have security on the nights that you have various people, various events?
Yes, sir.
And that's always the way it's been, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
So you said, how long were you there that evening? You there all night?
All night.
Okay. And where were you stationed?
I was by the bar.
Okay. And you're saying you only saw one fight, correct?
Yeah, they start pushing each other when they're about to leave.
Near the exit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where were you when you observed this?
I was by the bar.
Okay. And when you're saying exit, I'm just showing the picture that we have here. Was this the exit that you're talking about?
No.
Which exit are you talking about? Is it maybe at the front?
No. Yeah, right here.
This exit?
Yeah, from the inside.
From the inside. So let me just.
This is outside.
Okay. So this is the exit he says he
What's
sees
the
them
number?
pushing from. This is 3. Okay.
That's exhibit number 3.
So they were almost outside
Is
of the
that
bar.
right? Exhibit
Yes.
number 3?
No, this is photo 3.
Photo 3.
Exhibit
All right, is
five.
that in,
Right here.
is that in evidence?
Yes.
Okay.
Right here? This.
Photo
That is
3
the
in
exit.
evidence.
The exit is right here, the door is right here. You didn't take the picture of it.
Okay, so you saw them pushing out right here, the
That's-
exit.
This is the exit right here. I was right here.
And how long did that last?
Like maybe 5 minutes.
5 minutes, and then they were pushed out.
Yeah.
And then there was no more fighting.
No more fighting
Okay, but it was only in that area.
in that area.
Okay, so then how can you explain, if you could, just the destruction in all the other areas?
Object to the characterization
Of the bar.
destruction.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the pictures, the broken chair in 9, which is not in the location that you said the fight occurred at. The broken chair in 10, same location. The turnover bar stool in 11.
You asked me.
Straws in 12.
You asked me where they're pushing each other. You didn't ask me about the broken chair.
Okay, so there was another fight?
No, you asked me where is the exit that everybody was going out. That's what you're asking me. You're asking me what happened at the broken chair.
Okay, so there was a bigger fight.
There was a fight after they start pushing each other. Everybody start coming in. That's where the fight broke out. So
there were 2 fights.
There's only one fight. People start coming out from the outside.
Okay. And so all this lasted 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
That's my witness. Anybody else?
No, I just,
No, I'm just panning.
don't even panic. Call your next witness.
Step back. State your name and address for the record.
Paul Mason, 761 Crucible Court, Millersville, Maryland. Mason, M-A-S-O-N.
Now, Mr. Mason, were you there on February the 14th?
Yes,
And what was your position and your function? What did you do there?
I was part of the security team.
How many people did they have there for security that night?
3.
All right, can you tell the board what you witnessed? You were there the whole night, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, tell the board what you saw and what you did.
Night pretty much started out, usual night. I was outside. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was outside checking the patrons as they came in. Witnessed a few officers who were around the establishment. I actually spoke to one officer. I did not get their name. They were driving a black SUV, but which is common with security. We usually try to keep contact with the police in the area. And they had their concerns as far as who, was the party for or whatever. So they pretty much told us that they wanted the area clear by 1:30. So the night pretty much went on around 1, maybe 1:05. I went and I let the manager know that it was 1 o'clock. We needed to start shutting down. He told the DJ to shut the music off. And that's when we started to get people out of the building. An argument started as we were trying to get people out of the building, which is customary that one security stands at the front door to make sure no one takes any beverages or anything out. The other security will push them out. There was an argument that started. I went back into the actual establishment to find out what was going on and to help break it up. Approximately took about maybe 7 to 8 minutes to try to separate who was who and try to get the first wave of the crowd out the door. At that time, the police were already outside. So I went back in to help get the rest of the people outside, and that's when the people that were outside came back in, and that's when the actual giant fight started. Once the fight started, we realized that, with the first wave of people coming back in, we were kind of outnumbered. So one of the security team members went outside and asked the police to come in to assist us. He came back in and was like, they said, wait a minute. So we continued breaking up the fight that was inside, pushing people out. And then next thing I know, we pretty much emptied the building. Maybe 15 minutes later, that's when the police came in and said that somebody was stabbed.
Did you see anybody get stabbed in the place or any blood in the place?
Did I see anyone get stabbed inside? No.
Did you see the person who they said was stabbed?
Before, prior, or after?
At that night?
I can't say for sure that I saw him. It was so many people in and out that.
I have no further questions.
You just said you never saw any blood in the place. I'm looking at.
I never said that.
He just asked you that question.
I never said that.
Okay.
He answered one of the questions. He was asked 2 questions. The only question he answered
Was the
was one. He did not answer the question, did you see any blood in the place?
So what is the normal practice when you have an event such as this with these many people?
As far as what?
How many people that you hire to do security?
We have a 3-man security team.
And does it matter the size or the amount of crowd?
It's usually maybe 10 per security, personnel.
So 1 per 10?
Yes.
Okay, now, how many people were in the place that night, that evening?
Offhand, I would say maybe 35, 40.
Okay. And when you were when you had your security personnel there, where were individuals stationed?
I was stationed at the front door. In the establishment, there's a screen door, a small vestibule in the door to actually go into the establishment. I was there. There was a security personnel towards the back bar and another on the other side of the bar, so we can space out where we can see each other, but we can observe different areas.
Well, what kind of training or certification did you have in providing security? You're a former police officer?
No, I'm not a former police officer.
Do you have any kind of certification, security personnel, security guard certification?
No.
Okay. How long have you been doing this?
I have been doing this for a year. Certifications, I'm sorry. I do have crowd control training. I have not finished my certification as yet, though.
Okay. And have you ever performed security at this establishment with this kind of crowd size before?
Yes.
Okay. And did you or any of your personnel call the police or try to contact the police at any time that evening?
Yes, actually, I called the police.
You did call the police?
Yes.
Do you remember who responded or, to the call?
I do not. I spoke with dispatch after I was informed that that the guy was stabbed and he was asking for someone to call an ambulance. I went into the kitchen and called 911.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Not redirect.
Who owns the parking lot?
As far as I know, it's with the building, I guess. I don't know. I don't know the actual.
See if we can find this out. All right, call your next witness.
State your name, address for the record, please.
Jamal Wright, 1334 Walker Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland, 21239. Jamal, Jamal.
Jamal.
Right, W-R-I-G-H-T.
Just back off the mic, I just can't hear you, it's all muddled. What is it again?
W-R-I-G-H-T.
W.
Right, yeah.
Were you on the premises on February 14th?
Yes.
And what was your position there?
I was above the security team.
All right, and you heard people testify there was three security personnel?
Yes.
All right, and what is it that you observed on that evening?
Well, I was standing by the back bar, pushing people out, and the lady asked me to help with, it was like an argument going on back there, so I diffused that argument, and then we started getting the crowd out. In the process of us getting the crowd out, a fight broke out by the front door. It started getting out of hand. I went outside to go get help from the police, and they told me to wait, that they couldn't just barge in.
All right, did you see anybody get stabbed while you were there?
No.
Did the police ever come into the establishment to try to help?
No, not at all. They waited. They said their protocol is not to come into the building because they don't know what they're walking into. So they have to wait until we start clearing it out.
All right. Did they come in later on afterwards?
Yes.
Did they interview you interviewed?
No, they just
you?
took my name and everything, my ID.
All right, and how long have you been working there as, with security?
About a year.
I have no further questions.
Were you dressed in security personnel? How was
I had
that?
I had a enforcement shirt on, not security. It was enforcement.
Okay. And did you check IDs? when people
Yes,
came in?
check IDs, pat people down, and warn them.
And did you do any, when individuals got on the outside, did you do anything else to disperse any kind of fights that were on the parking lot area?
As far as on the parking lot, there wasn't no fights on the parking lot.
There were no fights in the parking lot?
No, I didn't see a fight on the parking lot.
Okay. And you were there all night?
Yeah.
And did you had a chance to go out there and take a look?
Yeah, I went out there to get the police.
Okay. All right. No further questions, Ms. Witness?
No further questions, no.
That's it.
You want to talk to the owner?
Go ahead, yeah, John, I didn't know.
Hold that microphone back away. Yeah. Would you state your name, please?
Christopher Weiser.
Do you have that? Christopher Nwazi, okay. And you are the owner and licensee, is that correct?
Yes.
And is the testimony that was given by people so far, is that true and correct with regard to your security procedures?
Yes.
All right, and you weren't there on that evening?
No, sir.
Okay. And the particular place, I rarely do this, but I'll do it for Mr. Chairman. Who owns the parking lot?
I am the owner of the property and the parking lot.
What? He's the owner of the property and the parking lot. You asked the question. I have no further questions.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm
Cross.
finished.
No further questions.
All right,
That would be it.
that's all your witnesses. All right, all witnesses come up, and when the commissioners may have a question. Both sides, police officers. All right, commissioners' questions, if any.
I'll start with Mr. Mason.
Yes.
Did you see blood in inside the bar?
Yes.
And can you raise up the mic
I'm
and
sorry.
just tell us where you saw it?
There was blood in front of the front bar area.
Is that the only location?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all the questions that I have for you.
Mr. Mason, what time did you arrive at the bar?
I arrived at 8:45 because we open at 9, and I usually try to get there early to do a walkthrough and make sure everything is okay before we open.
Between 8:45 and the time you close up, you only saw one fight at the location?
There was just one big fight.
One big fight?
Yes.
How much space is inside the area for the bar?
Approximate square footage, I'm not sure.
Bigger than from that wall to here, from that wall to that wall? I mean, how big is it? How wide? From that wall to this wall? Just give me an idea.
I would say from that wall to, I guess, close to that end. It's hard to say because of the way it's set up with the bar in the middle. It cuts off a lot of space.
So if any fights occurred in that bar, you would have seen it?
Yes.
The three outlets?
Yes.
You only saw one?
Yes.
So I just want to get clarification. You saw one fight, but there was a fight that began in the bar, people were pushed out, and then people sort of belched back in. Is that accurate?
Yes. The
So-
same fight.
So you say one fight, but really was one incident that was continuous in terms of fighting, people being pushed out, people being pushed
Like
back in?
it wasn't, when I say one fight, I mean like there wasn't like numerous fights around. It was one continuous.
It sounds like it was a mess.
How many people would you say were involved in what I would call a brawl?
Maybe 20 to 25.
So 20 to 25 people throwing punches, throwing furniture, breaking furniture, and one person gets stabbed. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yes, and it was more than your team of 3 could handle.
Correct.
You can, correct.
Yes, and so you called for help.
Yes.
And help came.
No.
Help did not come. Police did come.
No, they did not come in the
You're saying the
establishment.
police did not come to the scene?
They were sitting outside. They never came into the establishment to help.
Okay. But people were being pushed out.
Yes.
Those are all the questions that I have. I wanted to ask a question of Officer Johns.
That's me. Sergeant Johns?
Sergeant Johns.
Yes, Your Honor.
Was it you that testified that you spoke with Jay Silla?
Yes.
What was the last name? Is it Silla?
Sil, I believe it's Sillah. My note said. Silla.
Okay.
He was accompanied by the two males that were here, I believe. But
Okay, and your understanding that the event was a memorial, basically celebration or gathering for someone that had died?
it died back in 2013, and he was from the area of Patapsco Avenue.
So was this sort of the anniversary of that death? Or not that you
Don't
need?
I actually have the case. I think it was, the anniversary was actually January 11th, would be 2 years. So this was in February, so it was a month after.
You testified, or you were asked some questions about did you go inside of the establishment at some point?
Oh, yeah, that's where I went, yes.
Okay, and did you observe furniture broken?
Yes.
And did you observe furniture that had been turned over?
Yes.
Did you observe sort of general disorder inside the bar?
Yes, there was obvious signs that there was definitely a struggle or fight inside. Due to the broken furniture, there was blood drops all over the place in front of the bar. You could tell that everything was in disarray.
So my question was whether the appearance of the inside of the bar was consistent with a fight having occurred inside the bar.
Yes, and when you walk inside, it's shaped like an L, so a lot of it was on the left, away from the door, actually. So it happened, definitely was inside the bar.
Okay.
And then, as the security guard said, it went outside, then came inside. It definitely came back inside because the whole left side of the bar was the part that all the furniture was broken.
Okay,
When you
and
come
was
in the
it
front
you
door.
that also testified that Foxtrot responded?
No, I did not.
That was not you? Okay, that was off.
That was
okay.
Sergeant Camera?
Okay,
Sorry.
those are all the questions that I have for you.
Can I follow up on that, Mr. Lemon?
You asking questions
Yeah, with regard to her testimony right now.
to the witnesses?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
When you didn't actually see anybody breaking the furniture, is that correct? You just saw what was,
Yes.
and as far as the blood drops, do you know if the crime lab took any samples? If you know, if you don't.
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right.
Sergeant Camera, why did Foxtrot respond?
There was numerous Signal 13s dropped, so when the Signal 13 is dropped, they go citywide, and then our helicopter, like I said, they'll hear it, and then they'll respond to that.
Okay. And then, all right, thank you. And then, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Sorry. I'm sorry? Detective Green, you testified that you went to, I'm just not understanding, I'm not following. My understanding is that the victim was taken to Harbor Hospital, but, is that right? But you also mentioned that he was interviewed at Shock Trauma. Now, that is a specific location to me. It's University of Maryland Shock Trauma. Was the victim transported to Shock Trauma?
He was transported by Harbor Hospital to Shock Trauma.
Okay. And why?
The victim still stayed with the victim.
Did the victim survive?
Yes.
So he was transported from Harbor Hospital to Shock Trauma. Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, folks, all evidence is in. Questions, the only issue, two issues, depending on my decision with respect to responsibility. Do you have a final argument on that?
With responsibility,
Sorry.
Your Honor, the evidence clearly shows that this was a brawl. This was a melee. It got out of hand. It got totally out of hand. It got so out of hand that 18 units, police units had to respond. Somebody was stabbed inside the bar, Your Honor, and that's been, testimony has been introduced over and over and over again, showing that point that the illegal conduct happened inside the bar. And, in response to the officer's testimony that they had to break up fights for over 20 minutes and people came out on the doorsteps, Your Honor, this is, by the facts, the definition of a public nuisance and a threat to public safety, Your Honor. So.
Quite simply, just when you review the testimony, it astounds me in this case of this brouhaha that was put on by the police. You had all these police there, no arrest. They knew all these people. Not one person was there to claim all these fights were going on. Everything was happening. Not one arrest. Not one person do we know what happened. No medical on the scene. And all the people were beat up. Other than one individual went to the hospital, we know about that. The police were outside. There's no community involvement here. Nobody from the community involved is here. No victim is here. We know who the victim is. You got all. How hard is it for somebody to summons a victim to come here to complain? Usually, when you don't bring a witness in, it tells you that he's going to say something that you really don't want to be said. I don't know what happened. What started this fight? Nobody knows what started. What was the duration of it? You know, how was it spontaneous and so forth? There's no statements were taken from the security in this case on the inside. If you believe what the security officer says, there's nothing to believe. The police never went in to help them in the case. They all stayed outside. How many units were outside? For God's sake, you had 18 units outside. You think 2 or 3 of them would go in and try to help somebody? You know, normally when police officers protect and serve, they would try to come in. Nobody came in and did anything. Were any charges filed? There were no charges filed in this case. In the case, there's one incident that happened in one place that completely, for everybody that knows everybody, not one thing was done in this case. Now, did an incident happen? I don't disagree that it did happen. You know, but was it something that the licensee could have prevented in the case? They had security. Apparently, from all the testimony we have, it started. It lasted a few minutes. They tried to get him out. They pushed him back in, and then it was all over at that point. I don't know that the licensee in the case here could have done anything more than what they did do, because we don't know what started it or what part the licensee had or could have done, or what was the story between the people. As to 4.18 illegal conduct, what was the illegal conduct that the licensee committed? None under the rule, or allowed. They had, for them to allow it, they have to know that it happened. Aren't we only talking about one incident here? Aren't we only talking about one incident that had to do, and does it arise to the occasion of a 3.12 when there's no community involvement or anything else that happened here? I would say that based on all the testimony, it does not.
All right. With respect to my findings, with respect to responsibility, as to 3.12, there's no question about the fact that the community is heavily involved. In fact, one of the police officers' testimony, which I adopt as true, in fact, I adopt all the testimony as true, including the defense testimony, except that of the wife or the girlfriend or whoever it was that testified, that she didn't really see or know anything. I don't know that she's telling the truth or not telling the truth. I just don't find her testimony credible. But outside of her, all the testimony I adopt as part of my findings in this case. Now, there's absolutely no question at least 10 people who live in the community, in their private homes, that come out in their bathrobes and so forth, who saw this, are heavily involved, and the public welfare is very much involved in the total lack of careful operation of this establishment, which I find is clearly proven. Not only is directly responsible, this establishment, which owns the parking lot and controls the parking lot as a part of the operation of this bar, it is unable, with the number of people in the bar and the 3 security personnel, to control who was there. And there's no question in my mind, the crowd going in, the crowd coming out, crowd going back in again, and it seems to me, actually, I have to find it looks like the police may have even been nervous about going into that crowd. There's obviously an element here of we have enormous police presence, and the fact that it's interesting to me that the police actually pay an awful lot of attention to this bar. We'll get to that with respect to punishment as to why they spend so much time around this bar. But it's a question that indicates to me that this bar is a problem bar. So with respect to public welfare, there's, to me, is absolute responsibility, and found the bar has violated their obligations to the neighborhood. With respect to 418 illegal conduct, I've already adopted again my previous statements. It seems to me clear that the security personnel who were present in this place were unable or did not take care of the problems that they found inside their own place of business. A place of business is responsible for the conduct of its customers. I've said that many times. I say it again. It's true in this case. And they absolutely were unable, and physically unable, and every other way unable, to control the conduct of their own customers in this place, which finally resulted in a stabbing. And the stabbing came as a result of the arguments which were going on. It's not totally clear to me how many arguments were going on in this place, but it's clear that there were at least two major groups who were opposed to each other, who were at, not wits' end, but physical ends almost, which have finally resulted in the seriousness of the stabbing. So therefore, there's no question in my mind of illegal conduct in this case. The owner was present. He was right there. Although finally the police were called, they were called too late. He should have controlled the number of people coming in. He should have controlled the number of people going out. And he certainly should have controlled the number of people who came back in after the trouble started. It's overwhelming. Therefore, I find him responsible for both charges. Now, with respect to punishment, I'm going to allow you to say whatever you want.
Well, with regard to the 3.12, this is a place that doesn't have any history.
Well, that's the first question. What's the record? I see here one
Yeah, but-
prior. What's the record here?
You have a witness who I think has an issue, and I don't know if you can handle it or not.
What's
All
that?
he wants to be able to go, his son's in the hospital, that's all he wants to do.
Can we
That's a-
excuse that person?
Yeah, we can
That's up
excuse
to you.
All right, you're excused.
It doesn't have any prior history, 3.12. The 4.18 was, they didn't pick their license up on time.
That's a minor?
Yeah, it was it wasn't a minor, sir.
4.18.
It was where they had their
Because they
license.
picked their license up by April 30th, and they didn't pick their license up till
So
May
that's
4th.
not going to affect
Yes.
us?
No.
Okay. So other than that, there's no record. How long was he in business here?
9 years.
9 years. No prior record, 9 years in business.
That's correct.
All right. Go ahead.
And, that was, this was, what started this, we have no idea, it was an isolated instance. I'm not gonna reiterate the other.
Don't have any
the other-
people from the neighborhood to, one way or the other?
The people, it's not a neighborhood place that the people come into more than anything else.
I'm just asking, I don't know.
No, they didn't. There's never any problem with people in the neighborhood at all.
I know the area
No, I know it probably,
better than me.
you probably would remember where Bobby's Club de Ville was down there, right on the corner of both Anne Arundel and Baltimore City. I know the area very well. This is their first isolated instance. They've sort of taken things, downgraded a lot of things that are going on there, and I don't think we'll see this happen again.
Okay, so what do you have to say with respect to what we should do? That's our
Well,
next decision.
3.12, it's the first violation for them. And the 4.18, I think should be merged in 3.12, but the other one, 4.18 they had from before, had to do with not picking up a license in
I've
time.
already said I'm not
Yeah,
going
I
to
know.
regard that.
I would think it's a finable offense in this case.
All right, on that issue, on the issue of punishment, I'll now speak. I take into consideration the fact that you have not had any prior record, and you've been in business 9 years, which in itself is commendatory, of course. But this incident is so serious that I believe that a closure is necessary for a period of time. And I'm going to recommend, with respect to my decision, the fact that there was a stabbing, 3 weeks, closure starting today, and a fine with respect to each one of these charges. Now, what are my limits? I always get off here.
Well, Your Honor,
You're not limited.
because there was a prior conviction, you can fine up to $3,000 per charge under 16507.
All right, with respect to the fine, I think it is serious. I am going to fine them $1,000 each, but however, I'm going to make my second $1,000 concurrent with the first 1,000, so it's a total of $1,000 plus costs. So therefore, 3 weeks closure starting today, fine of $1,000 on each, however, the second one is concurrent. I'm taking some things into consideration the defense counsel has said. Yes, sir.
I concur with your findings, but I think it's important that the owner of this establishment understand that you have to know the environment in which you operate in, and your security personnel must be able to recognize situations. And sometimes you need to move quicker, earlier than later. Recognition is very important because you are responsible, and it's your duty to protect your clientele who's there to have a good time, and nothing else, just to have a good time, have a social drink, and do whatever is allowable in that club. Be more vigilant in the future. because I would hate to see you come back before us again. With this type of brawl, I would hate to see you come back again.
I concur with my fellow commissioners, and the only thing that would make this worse is if the person had failed to survive. The fact that there was such a massive number of police that were required to respond to this location to gain control of the crowd. The fact that Foxtrot was required to respond, that a person was transported to the hospital and then moved to shock trauma, that alone shows the severity of the situation. So I agree with what Commissioner Jones is saying, that you need to have a better understanding of who's in your house. Because who's in your house really dictates how you control your house. And you had a house very much divided, and there was not an appropriate response from the police, from your hired security. The police officers that happened to come by earlier in the evening understood that trouble could occur, and it in fact did occur. And it would have been important for your staff, your security staff, to have that same sense of something's not right and we need to step up and do a little bit more. It's unfortunate what happened. As bad as it was, though, it could have been a lot worse. And I think that it's fortunate that that worse didn't happen. So for those reasons, I agree with the imposition of a 3-week suspension and the monetary fine. Impacts on community are huge. Even, there's not anyone in the room today, but we know that when these kinds of things happen, the ripple effect on the community is tremendous.
How much time do you need to pay it?
Month? You're gonna be closed 3 weeks.
Yeah, but I'm asking.
A month?
1 month to pay, and you have our decision.
Off the record.
No, we have another one going.
Yeah, I can feel it. They turned the heat off on us, I think.
Not open for serving food.
All right, call the next case, Steve. Somebody told me it's snowing, so we want to call it.
Someone told you it was snowing? Really, Your Honor? Really?
You don't have to take that.
It's more than snowing.
Are the cameras on?
The whole state is shut down. The
We on
whole
the
state of
computer, it's on
Maryland
record.
is shut down.
Cameras are
We're
on.
sitting-
I feel my public responsibility here very serious.
You do. We appreciate it.
Call the next case.
I didn't mean to throttle you.
No,
Calling YOLO Bar and Lounge, CM Mason, training as YOLO Bar and Lounge.
Go ahead, sir.
For the record, Melvin J. Kanensky representing the licensee.
For the record, Thomas Akris.
Preliminarily, I would have an objection to some of the statements in the violation of Rule 3.12 that go back to February of 2014, July 2014, and up to August 1st, 2014. I think they're far too back in the past and would be prejudicial to the licensee. They're stale on the case.
Well, my decision on that is overruled your objections. This is public welfare 3.12, and this is exactly the kind of investigatory conduct that I look to see in my investigatory decisions coming from the chief inspector and his employees and the police department. Overruled.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would add to that is if that would be fair.
By the way, he was the owner during this time, wasn't he?
Yeah, but a fair comment would be that if this events happen, that somewhere on the line, either somebody from the board or someone else would come to tell the licensee about it so they could adequately say, listen, if this comes up, and I can have somebody here to defend them. That's my own comment.
Well, now you, of all people, who are expert in licenses, and our relationship goes way back, and I remember your expertise goes way, way back, and you certainly would, I think, really agree with me, but I'm not going to make you at this point. But anyway, go ahead, sir, present your case.
Yes, calling Detective Akawande. first witness, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Detective Akawande,
Swear all the witnesses, please. All the people, everyone's going to testify.
Everybody.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Now, let me, just for the procedure in the future, you make sure that you have all the witnesses, because you're presenting your case. That's a part of your job.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because otherwise, I may forget it.
Okay.
Okay.
No, the officer in the back is not one of my witnesses, Your Honor. First, as I said, calling Detective Akawande. Detective Akawande, for whom do you work?
Let me ask you something. Can we get some of this evidence in without objection as to what the fact, what are you able to agree to anything as to what happened on these dates, or you want everything presented?
I can agree that the fatality, that it did happen.
That's all I'm asking, is whatever you can,
As to the licensee's responsibility, that's something different, but I can agree it did
yeah,
happen.
okay. You can agree that the fatality happened. What about the others? I don't care if you don't, I'm just asking.
As to the January 3rd, no. I mean, the January 3rd, I'm sorry. The August 1st, no.
By the time we get through all that, they'll get through the case.
Okay, go ahead, sir, present your case.
No for January 3rd, that's.
Just a fatality happened, but that's it.
Okay, right. And in that case, can I move into evidence, exhibit number 1, it is a copy without objection, a copy of the police report from January 1st, January 3rd, 2015 regarding the matter.
All right, mark it.
Yeah. You got it? Okay, no objection. Evidence.
This is
It's exhibit number 1, yes. And I'll move the case file, and I think Kelly Hitchcock has it. And so with that.
Only thing I would say, and I hate to.
Go ahead.
Down to the end of the first page has to do with January, the rest of it is different dates, correct?
All right, the only thing that's admitted is exhibit number 1 is at this point, but he may put it in some other way. I'm not ruling on that now,
No,
but the fact that then a fatality happened on January 3rd, 2015. Go ahead. That's that part of exhibit 1.
And can I also just for brevity say qualified Detective Akawande, who's with the vice unit,
That's fine. Any objections?
All right, then we also admit Detective Akawande as an expert in the field of criminal investigation and also in the field of what?
Particularly investigations into liquor establishments and adult entertainment establishments. He's assigned to the vice unit, so that's.
As to the laws involving liquor violations.
Correct.
All right, go ahead, sir.
And, just directing your attention, January 3rd, 2015, you have an opportunity to respond to this location, the location of 4502 Erdman Avenue.
Yes, I did.
And what city is that located?
Baltimore City, State of Maryland.
And what were the reasons that you responded to the scene?
I was notified by my sergeant that a homicide had just occurred at that location, the Yolo Bar.
Okay. And when you entered the establishment, what, if anything, did you observe? Particularly, just concentrate on how the establishment was operating as a liquor license establishment.
As I entered the location, most of the patrons had already been cleared out. I noticed blood. One of the first things that I noticed was blood on the floor. There was only one security guard that I could identify at that night, and there was one night manager that was still at the location.
Okay. Was there any video footage or cameras that were operating?
At that time, the manager notified us that he had no way of accessing the cameras. The cameras weren't working that night.
And just very briefly, what were the circumstances of the homicide, to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, from speaking to the officer that responded, there was a patron that was drinking at a bar. An unknown individual to the security came into the bar and shot him in the back of the head with a .22 caliber weapon, handgun.
And then left the scene? Was he arrested?
And that is correct. He left, the assailant left the scene without being properly identified or arrested at a time.
Okay. And did you ever speak to the security personnel that was there?
I briefly spoke to the security personnel.
Did they describe at all how they inspected patrons when they came in the door?
From what I recall, the patrons that were entering the location were supposed to be searched. The security guard did not explain to me how the assailant got into the bar with a handgun. I didn't question the security guard any further because it was a homicide. It is a homicide investigation. I did ask the security guard if she was licensed in Maryland to be a security guard, and I did not get any paperwork from her.
Okay. Was she carrying a weapon? Oh, wait, let me back up. What was the gender of the security guard?
The security guard was a female.
Was she carrying a weapon?
No.
Okay. Did she have a wand or a wand to kind of search for any metallic items on individuals?
Not that I recall, no.
Did she explain any kind of security procedures that she used to inspect patrons that were attempting to enter the premise?
No.
Okay. And the individual was, who was the victim of this, was he present at the scene, or was he already taken to the hospital at this time?
At the time I responded to the location, the scene was secured by other officers. The victim had already been transported to the hospital. The crime lab tech was actually there taking pictures of the scene.
Did you get to speak to the bar manager at all?
I did not get to speak to the bar manager.
Okay. No further questions for this witness.
Yeah, as far as your information as to what happened here, this happened very quickly, as far as you know, is that right?
You know about the homicide?
Yeah, the homicide.
I do not know.
So you don't even know how it happened?
I have a general knowledge of how it happened based off talking to the officers that were at the scene and the homicide detectives. So I'm assuming it happened pretty quickly, but
And you mentioned that you felt that there was some sort of procedure about searching. Where did you get this about searching the customers when they come in? Where did you get that from?
I said I assumed that the
assumed,
security would be searching based off the violent acts that have occurred in that location over the years, or over the months, that they would have more security and somebody would be searched coming into the location, because they have had a shooting at that location
You
before.
don't have any information as to that. You just assumed that.
In reference to,
Searching people.
I assumed that that should be the proper procedure.
All right, and with regard to that, did you take any pictures while you were in there?
I took a couple of pictures.
Where are
I wasn't able to print them out. We're having issues with our printer, but I have about 11 photographs of the scene after the fact of the crime.
And may I approach defense counsel?
Yes, go ahead.
Which way do you want me to go? This way?
That way. Just
Okay.
11 pictures.
I'm going to excuse you for all time in the future not to have to ask me to approach. We're not in the circuit court.
Hold on, am I still in the right? Okay. Oh. And I'll show these pictures now to the board.
Take them back to the office.
Okay. And now I'm showing these pictures to the board. And if you want to, these are pictures from the scene on January, sorry, you want to swipe this way.
From left to right or
This
right to
way.
left? Left to right.
Just keep going through this.
That's blood on the license.
That license, the license information was actually behind.
More blood.
bar, so the splatter actually went across the bar area.
I don't know if there was a question there, but.
I was trying to explain what was in the picture.
You guys know.
You can keep going through that. Oh, keep, keep
What the, okay. You have a cracked, in your, cover.
My cover?
It is.
Oh, this is your file. Oh, you need a new,
That's done. Pictures
oh, indeed.
Was anybody there from the crime lab?
Yes, there was a member of the crime lab.
Did they take samples of that blood?
I believe that's something that it would do. I'm not a crime lab
I mean,
expert.
did you see him do it?
I saw her take pictures.
Do you know whether or not? they-
Actually, I'm sorry, yes, the crime lab tech did take samples.
Now, this particular location is in a little shopping center, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And right in front of the place is our parking,
Yes, there is.
and then next to it is a couple other stores, and there's parking around the rear.
If you
To the
say so.
side. I'll show you some pictures. They ask you this diagonally, can I get you a little closer here to me? I got one for you if you want. Here, take this one in here. You can touch
That's
it.
fine, I can see it.
You don't want to touch it? Okay. You want one of these?
Yeah, just give me my pile. I'll
This is accurately depicts the YOLO Lounge, is that correct?
At daytime, yes,
And there's parking out in front,
that is correct.
and then right behind you, there's parking?
I,
Well, take a look here. For some reason, you don't have to touch it. I'll just put it there.
that's representing the front of the
Yeah.
location. I
And
can't
there's
tell
parking
what's
in
the-
front of the establishment, parking spaces right behind it, and then there's the curb.
That's, as far as I can see, my explanation might be different. That's all parking in front.
Okay.
But there is
Submit this.
parking.
Our exhibit number 1. And is there parking off to the side also?
Are these all part of the exhibits already, or
No, I just got.
coming
this.
in? All right,
Okay.
defense exhibit 1, mark it.
And there's a parking off to the side.
I'm not sure about that.
How many times have you been there?
I've been there multiple times.
And you don't know what's off to the side?
Objection where this is relevant. How is the parking relevant to the homicide?
And I assume he's got some reason. Do you have some reason why we're
Well,
going
I'm
into
talking
all?
about licensed premises, and you're talking about decisions in and outside of the place. So what other stores are in that shopping center, do you know?
From what I can see on here, there are other commercial businesses. There's a beauty supply store, a dollar store. There might be a carryout there, but it's commercial. It's a commercial parking lot.
And the residential is up behind it, up the hill behind it, is that correct?
That is correct.
And there's a McDonald's down on the corner.
That is correct.
So the whole area around there is basically all commercial, is that correct?
I wouldn't agree with that.
And the shopping center is not commercial.
The shopping center is commercial.
And the area behind it is residential up on the hill.
That is correct.
And are you familiar with the area as to what it was called before?
Objection. How's it relevant to this homicide that occurred at the bar on January 3rd, 2015?
Well, you gotta follow up with something that's relevant?
Do you recognize that picture at all? Anyway, he's not gonna touch it.
I do.
Where is that? Is that the area to the side?
That is correct.
And behind it, or is that the area, the homes and behind it?
That is correct.
You know what that area is called behind it? So this exhibit.
I do not recall.
You don't know whether it has an association there,
Probably does.
but you don't know what it is. I'm good, sir.
Your Honor, again, objection.
See, I don't know where he's heading.
It's-
Overrule.
And 3.12, you're asking, the question is, the neighborhood, what's the neighborhood called? Do you know what it's called?
I do not recall.
Do you know, have you ever heard the terminology New Freedom?
That's possibly. You would tell me.
All right, go on, next witness.
Next, Your Honor, I'm going to be calling.
Is it an exhibit? This-
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mark it as an exhibit,
I'm calling Sergeant Chris Schmidt. This man, Your Honor.
defense.
Defense exhibit.
Who's next? Sergeant who?
You want to just say your name and spell it, please?
Sergeant Chris Schmidt, SCHMIDT.
And just before I go through with this witness is a sergeant in Baltimore City Police Department. Mr. Kudinski, will you just...
No, I don't question his qualifications.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. So directing your attention to August 1st, 2014 at approximately 23:30 hours, that would be approximately 11:30 p.m. on, did you happen to respond to a location 4500 Erdman Avenue to an establishment known as Yolo's Bar?
I did.
And what city and state is that located in?
Baltimore City, Maryland.
And if you could please describe the circumstances which you responded to this location.
I responded to assist some officers who had a large disorderly crowd associated with a vehicle accident in front of the bar. There was a car accident. A car had actually flipped over and on Erdman Avenue in front of that shopping center. And there was a large crowd that had gotten out of control and officers requested additional units.
Now, when you say a large crowd, approximately how many people were consistent with that large crowd?
When I arrived, I observed at least 30 people.
At least 30 people. And what
Yes.
were 30 people doing?
They were yelling, screaming. Some people looked like they were about to fight. There were at least 10 to 15 officers there trying to get control.
Okay. And in terms of volume, 0 being the quietest, 10 being the loudest, about, if you can recall, what was the volume of the level of the crowd at that time?
Some people would have been an 8. They were yelling at the top of their voice. Overall, I'd say a 7 or 8.
Okay. And what did you do in response to seeing this big crowd?
I observed a gentleman in a red hat and a white shirt with a Puma shirt in a heated argument with another male in front of it would have been to the right of the Yellow Bar, I believe, and to the left of one of the other businesses.
Okay,
On the sidewalk and right in front of the businesses.
Madam Commissioner, may I see what's marked as defense exhibit number 1? I think it's this picture. Defense, yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I'm now showing the defense exhibit right here. This is a picture of the Yolo's Bar. Could you tell me where that crowd was?
Well, the crowd was extended all the way down the parking lot to the right of the bar. On the parking lot, on the sidewalk, in front of the businesses, the whole right side of the bar.
Okay, so I'm just gonna point, you're pointing from, just show the, show the.
From about where like from the door of the business down. There was nothing that I observed to the left.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to make clear. Thank you. All right, and you were speaking about this gentleman in the Puma shirt. Go on.
He was in a heated argument with another gentleman. It appeared that they were about to fight. Some patrol units came in, separated those two gentlemen, and myself and my entire squad, which would have been 5 to 6 officers that night, were assisting patrol units to clear the crowd out on the parking lot.
How long did it take to clear the crowd out?
I'd say I was there more than 20 minutes.
Okay, and was there any, when you broke up the fight with this individual in a Puma shirt, did anything else happen after that?
Yeah, there was a group standing directly in front of the doors to Yolo Bar. I walked over there, and they were yelling at people down the sidewalk. The gentleman in the Puma shirt was standing out there, along with 2 gentlemen wearing all black with large white letters that say security. I walked up, I said, "Hey, can you guys go inside? I need you guys to, I can't have you out here yelling and screaming." They said, "Oh, we work here." I said, "All right, I still need you guys to go inside." I diverted my attention to the crowd. When I turned back around, the group was still out there. I asked them to go back inside. They did.
When you say they, who are you talking about now?
This group of 5 people. There was 4 males, I believe, and a female
Okay.
that were standing outside there.
And then what happened?
We kept diverting our attention back to the crowd because, like I said, there was a lot of people fighting and or arguing, yelling, about ready to fight. As I turned back around, the gentleman in the white Puma shirt and red hat was yelling derogatory comments at the police. He yelled at one of my guys something about his, quote, dusty boots. Those were the words that I remember hearing him say. And then my officer walked into one of those convenience stores in there to check and make sure that none of the fight had spilled into the business. And as I was walking in the convenience store, I turned and looked, and he called me a leprechaun, and there was some profanity used back and forth. So at that time, I realized these people work for the bar. So I walked, there was the two gentlemen in the white security uniforms were standing right there with these people, laughing as if it were a joke. Like they were part of this antagonizing, or they at least did nothing to stop this gentleman from antagonizing the police. So I entered the business, requested their license information, and then left.
Okay. And after you left, how long did it take to disperse the crowd after you? exited
Like I
the
say, I
bar?
was there more than 20 minutes. The gentleman with the red hat was still standing outside there. I remember asking, when I asked to speak to the manager for the license information, I asked if the guy in the red shirt worked there, because I'd seen him standing out front, and the gentleman behind the bar said, initially he didn't answer me at all. When I asked him a second time, he said, I don't know who you're talking about. And when I turned around and looked at the door, that guy was standing inside the bar. The gentleman with the red hat was standing right inside the door. I said, that gentleman right there, does he work here? Is he an employee of your bar? And he said, no, he's not an employee of my bar. He's just a customer. So then I asked him if it was common practice to allow customers to loiter in front of the bar, because there's a sign about this big that says no loitering just to the left of the door. And he said, well, no, we don't let them loiter there. I said, well, that guy's been here at least 15 minutes that I've seen, and he's antagonizing the police. So we left shortly thereafter.
Now, how long have you been a sergeant in the Northeast?
I've been a sergeant in the Northeast for 4 years, but I've worked in the Northeast almost my entire career, with the exception of 4 months.
So are you familiar with the neighborhoods surrounding that particular location, Yolos?
Yes.
And are there any residential neighborhoods around that area?
Yes, this is in a shopping center, and direct to the left of the shopping center, there's some parking. Behind the shopping center, it's just a driveway. It's wide enough for you to drive like a delivery truck up, and then there's a large wall. On the other side of that wall is row homes.
And what's the neighborhood that's back there?
It's Cherry. It used to be Freedom Way Homes. It's a new development now of townhomes. I'm not quite sure of the name.
Okay. And are there any other neighborhoods within quarter-mile radius?
Armstead Gardens would be if you go to the end of this parking lot where the McDonald's is, if you go left, there's a community back there, Armstead Gardens. But the opposite side of the street is all commercial, like warehouses and things.
Okay, did you draft a police report in regards to the incident that occurred on August 1st, 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm now showing this marked as an exhibit. Could you tell me what that is?
This is a copy of the report that I wrote.
Okay. And it accurately depicts what you testified to in
Yes.
regards to the loitering individual,
Yes,
correct?
yes, sir.
Moving into evidence, I have provide a copy to Mr. Kudinski.
Only my objection is that there's some other language in there that he did not testify to. And I don't want to get FCC problems here, but I don't know why we would.
Well, suppose I do this. Suppose I give you permission to motion to strike it out after all the testimony's in so that we can go over it. So at this point, I'll admit it, subject to your further motions.
I mean, I would say it, but I'm afraid, they're talking going over the airways, because he did say, but that's okay, it's fine.
All right, it's mark it.
All right, thank you.
Later on, he's going to review it.
Okay, no further questions for this witness.
Cross.
Now, Sergeant, when you came there, there was a big accident out in the middle of the street, is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
A car had turned over, and there was 3 or 4 other vehicles out there.
There were several, I don't remember, but there was at least 2.
That was not on the parking lot of the shopping center.
It was not.
It was actually on Urban Avenue.
Correct.
It had nothing to do with the Yolo Lounge, is that correct?
No, it did not.
And isn't it, do you know whether or not the people from the Yolo Lounge actually helped in extricating somebody from the turnover car?
I don't know though.
You don't know anybody who was involved in the accident?
No, I didn't get involved in the accident. There were patrol officers that were handling that.
Okay. And when you got there, the people were outside in the shopping center,
Correct.
in front of the Yolo Lounge.
There were, like I said, 4 or 5 people in front of the Yellow Lounge, and the remainder were to the right.
Okay. And there was no arrest made?
I didn't make any arrests.
Do you know anybody made an arrest?
No, I don't.
And what time of day was that? It's 23:30, you have this military time.
It's 11:30 p.m., sir.
Okay. And you said you stayed there about 20 minutes?
At least.
Was it you and who else was there?
Officer Ruiz, Officer West, my team. I have 5 or 6 guys that work for me, so
Did you actually go in the place?
I did.
And was there some discussion when you went in the place?
Was there discussion?
With anybody? Managers?
Yes.
And what was the discussion about?
I requested his license information, and he told me it was on the wall.
Was it?
It was.
Did you go look at it?
I had him get it for me.
And then when you left, the fellow with the red hat was still there?
He was.
And there was no arrest made with regard to that?
No.
How did-
Any redirect? Call the next witness.
Your Honor, I'm going to be calling Detective Greenhill. Again, I would just ask Mr. Kudinski that we stipulate to Mr. Detective Greenhill's experience, et cetera,
Sure.
All right, let him be admitted as an expert in the field of liquor law enforcement. Go ahead.
Detective Greenhill, just want you to focus your attention on February 8th, 2014, approximately 2:30 a.m. Do you recall going to 4502 Urban Avenue, established name Yolo's Lounge, on that day?
I'm sure I did. I'd have to look at the report. I haven't seen the report.
Okay, Your Honor, may I provide a document to refresh the recollection of the detective?
Yes.
Is that February 8th, is that the you're looking at?
February 8th. February 8th. Okay, now, just after you took a look at that document, can you recall what brought you to an establishment called Yolo's Lounge at 4502 Erdman Avenue?
Basically, a police broadcast over the police radio.
Now you got to go talk to the microphone.
A police broadcast over the police radio of a shooting.
Okay, and why did you respond to that shooting?
Basically, our job in Vice is any type of violent crimes at these bars and clubs. We have to respond and to assist with the patrol officers on the scene.
Now, if you can recall, to the best of your ability, when you got to Yolo's on that date and time, what, if anything, do you recall? What were the facts surrounding the shooting?
Once I got on scene, the crime scene had already been secured. Officers were already on the scene. And my job was just to basically find out what happened from the officers and to ensure that the licensees and staff are cooperative with the police and investigators on the scene.
Okay, so what happened?
The only thing I did, like I said, the only thing I did was just ascertain as to what happened. I went and checked the liquor license and.
Did you find out any kind of facts regarding the shooting that occurred? And what were if you could best to your recollection, what were the facts concerning the shooting?
Just an altercation that led into the shooting. That's all. That's the only facts that I.
Do you recall where the shooting occurred?
No.
If it occurred in the bar or outside the bar?
I couldn't recollect.
Okay. Did you happen to write a police report in regards to this matter?
Just the liquor board violation report, correct?
Okay, and I have a copy of it in my hand here, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and you drafted this. I'm showing you what's marked as an exhibit to be entered into the evidence file. You drafted this report, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's a true and accurate report of the best of your observations, what you observed and recalled that night, correct?
Yes.
And you have a copy of this, don't you, Mr. Kudinski? Moving it into evidence. And do you happen to recall if anyone was arrested that night as a result of this shooting, or if there was a gun recovered?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. No further questions for this witness.
Let's see the exhibit.
This is 2 pages.
So when you arrived on the scene, there was nothing was going on of any illegal activity, is that correct?
No, it had already occurred.
Whatever happened, and then when you were there, was everybody cooperative with you?
As far as I know, that night it was.
As far as the what happened, when it happened, and who was at fault, or what caused it, you don't have any information about that at all?
No, sir.
And you don't have any information whether it really had anything to do with the Yolo Lounge, is that correct?
No, sir.
I have no further questions. Next witness.
Last witness is going to be Shelton Jones. I think he may have. Mr. Jones went to the restroom.
There he is.
Mr. Jones? Oh, court's indulgence. Okay. Yes. Please state your name for the record.
Shelton Jones.
And Mr. Kudinski, can we please stipulate to Mr. Jones's expertise?
He's testifying as the chief inspector of liquor board?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Chief Inspector Jones, just bring your attention to 4502 Erdman Avenue, Yolo's Lounge. Do you happen to recall what, if any, recent investigation that was conducted into Yolo's Lounge?
I know there was an investigation into a recent homicide in January.
And what, if anything, investigation did you conduct in regards to this matter?
In reference to this, I spoke to the licensee when we called into the office to talk about the incident that occurred. At the time, she said she wasn't present when the incident actually occurred, and we talked about her security.
When you say
staff.
the incident, what are you referring to?
The homicide
That occurred when?
in January
Of?
of 2015.
Okay. And what else did you document in your report?
We spoke in reference to her security plan and that that she may needed to upgrade her security plan from what it was previously.
And did you at any time perform an investigation, any kind of prior incident reports associated with this particular establishment?
Prior to this one?
Prior to this one, yes. Did you ever take a look at any reports or find any information out?
I looked at the previous complaints that had been issued for this location, and there were a couple of different incidents where one of the security guards was always present at the incidents that occurred. And that's how we talked about upgrading her security plan.
Okay. And did you draft investigative report?
Yes.
Regarding, the conversation that you had, investigation that you performed involving the licensee?
Yes, I did.
And I'm now showing this marked as an exhibit to be entered into the evidence file. It's a copy of the investigation report, if you'd like to see it, Your Honor. That was filed by Chief Inspector Jones.
You gonna offer that?
Yes, moving into evidence.
I see him.
Already marked?
Yep, already marked.
You gonna bring out who owns this parking lot?
Your Honor, I'm waiting until I can speak to the licensee, when I can get to cross the licensee, Your Honor. I don't have right now, currently, Your Honor, I don't know who owns exactly know who owns the parking lot, Your Honor.
Well, what about, you gonna bring out about this shooting in the parking lot? Is this, what relationship, if any, to this bar does it have?
In all honesty, Your Honor,
He doesn't have to do anything.
There were two officers that were to be here to testify as to the nexus of what happened with the shooting in the parking lot and the bar, but they're not present, Your Honor. So I can't elicit testimony from officers that don't know, and I don't want to proffer that information, Your Honor. I had two officers that were supposed to be here. I've been in communications with Sergeant Schmidt throughout the day. There was an Officer Genty who was supposed to be here, and an Officer McCloy who was supposed to be here, and their testimony was to provide that nexus, Your Honor. Fortunately, they are not here. I will find out. I will be talking to administrative staff about these particular officers not showing up, Your Honor. But I'm not going to proffer the report something that I can't testify on, and I'm not going to ask these gentlemen to testify to facts that they're not aware of.
All right, now, it has nothing to do with this case, but if there's anything that affects the administration of justice of the Liquor Board of Baltimore City concerning the failure of these two officers to be here, I want to know about it. Okay, let's go on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, after I move that piece of evidence, Your Honor, I don't have any more.
Cross.
Mr. Jones, Chief Inspector Jones, you had your contacts with the licensee, they were amiable?
Yes, they were
She
fine.
was cooperative with you?
Yes.
Willing to listen to you and take any suggestions about the security, is that correct?
Yes.
And there were two separate times that you talked to her?
Yes.
Once was originally in January the 7th, and then you had a follow-up on the 13th about changing the security. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in your opinion, do you think that she was fully cooperative with you to try to resolve some of the situations?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, anything else in your case? Defense?
Okay. State your name and address for the record, please. Here, I'll get this for you. Yeah.
Cyan Mason, 6604 Ellsworth Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland, 21214.
And you're the licensee, is that correct?
Yes,
And, the chairman want to know, who owns that shopping center? Who owns the lot, not the shopping center, the lot?
I believe it's Young Kim.
He's the one that owns the whole shopping center?
Yes,
Okay.
What
And
relationship is he with respect to the bar?
does he have a relationship other than being the landlord?
he's a landlord, he owns that whole property.
So he owns all the stores that are there, and they all use the shopping center in common, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Is he also own your place?
He owns the location.
He owns the building.
Owns a building, that's what I
Building,
meant. Okay, so you just own a business.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
And you remember that you had a meeting with...
Give me your name again, man.
Cyan Mason, SIAM. Mason, MASON.
And you've been a licensee there since January of 2013, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't been before this board before, you didn't have any problems, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you did have discussions with Chief Inspector Jones about how to change the security up a little more, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's something that you'd be willing to,
She was, let me get something straight here. She wasn't the licensee,
She was a licensee.
she was the licensee at the time of the homicide.
Yes.
And she was the licensee at the time of the fight.
well, there was really no fight, it was...
Whatever it was, crowd, patron.
Yeah, but it wasn't a fight, he was talking about them having an argument,
Argument,
no
yeah.
fight. And there's,
Okay.
there's a number of stores in that shopping center, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And along with that, generally, what are your hours that you're there?
The business hours are usually from 7 p.m. to 2 a.m.
And what time are you there?
Usually somewhere around 5 to 6:37.
And who's there usually after that?
Usually one of the night managers,
Who would they be?
Antonio Johnson and Adrian Fitchett.
All right, now you were telling you and Johnson yourself, you have a relationship, is that correct?
That's correct.
What is he?
My fiance.
Okay. No shame in that. And you rely on him in the evening to keep the order and with the security, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had indicated that you would agree to beef the security up?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, you can.
Through officer, I'm not sure, Sheldon's.
Jones, yeah, Chief Inspector Jones.
Chief Inspector Jones. He had talked to me about female security guards being there and was saying that the public usually don't respect female officers because she is a school police officer by day. So I told him that I would replace her and bring on a different staff.
Okay, and you're willing to do that?
Yes.
All right, I have no further questions.
So you've owned this bar since 2013, right?
That's correct.
And were you aware of any incidences of criminal conduct that occurred at your bar from 2013 until January when the homicide occurred?
No, I received that call to come in on, I believe it was the first week in January, and we discussed the homicide. And a week later, when I called, talked back to Chief Inspector Sheldon, can you give me his name again?
Jones.
He made me aware of the extra incidents that happened at that location. And then that's when we had the discussion again about changing up the security, maybe adding tables to the bar to decrease the open space.
So you were not aware of the shooting that occurred at your bar in February of last year?
I was aware of a shooting in the area, and I saw that on Facebook and on the news channel, that it was a shooting that took place in that shopping center down by the sub shop.
And that didn't alert you to maybe beef up security at that time?
It didn't seem as if it had anything to do with the bar. Like I said, it was down by the sub shop, which is, I want to say, 250 feet maybe more from where the actual bar is.
And then you were not aware of any kind of loitering incidences that led to arrests right in front of your bar that happened in July of 2014?
That's correct.
And you weren't aware of any big argument or potentially brawl that occurred in front of your property, and maybe even concerning your property in August 2014?
Not of any argument. I knew about it was a car accident, and some of the patrons came out to try to assist with getting the customers, some of the people that was involved in the accident out of the car.
And so you knew somewhat of some of the instances of maybe crime or instances of maybe problems in and around your bar, correct?
I don't know about any incidents with crime as far as an accident, but I was aware of the accident.
Okay, so it wasn't until the homicide in 2015
That I was contacted by the liquor board, brought in to have a conversation, and then recontacted maybe a week later about it being a list of things compiled for activity in the area.
And what was the security protocol before January 3rd, 2015?
That we would have security on the door and security inside the bar.
Before
Before January of what?
before the homicide, what was the security protocol?
Security on the door and security on the inside.
So you always had two security members?
It was
security
usually two on the outside and maybe one or two on the inside on crowded nights. And then if the night wasn't crowded, didn't think it was going to be a lot of business, we would have maybe one security guard and then somebody on the staff to help with security.
Were they armed or unarmed?
Unarmed.
Were they in uniform or just regular plain clothes?
Not a security uniform. They may have like a security shirt on.
Mm-hmm. And did they have any certification with them?
For security, like
Mhm.
I said, Chastity was a school police officer.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So she, okay, so did she carry her service weapon with her?
no.
Okay. No further questions for this witness right now.
Anything else, Peter?
No. State your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Antonio Johnson, 6604 Ellsworth Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland, 21214.
And you're the night manager there, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And with regard to the incidents that we were talking about, you were there in August, is that correct, when they had the automobile accident?
Yes, I was.
And tell the board, you were there right when the accident happened, after, what transpired at that point?
Well, on the date of the car accident, I was sitting in,
August the 1st.
on August the 1st, I was sitting in the bar, and I heard a loud boom and collision. My security staff was outside. They opened the door and said that a car was flipped over in the middle of Urban Avenue. So me and these guys here, which were patrons of the bar, we all go outside to assist. We pull a guy from out of his car. This is before the ambulance comes. The car is on fire, dripping some type of fluid. So we get the guy out the car, get him out the middle of the street because traffic's coming up and down. The ambulance comes, and it's a car off in a car wash in the woods. A lady's over there, she was involved, and it's another car on the other side of the street. They're all involved. So we, getting everybody out the way. And so, of course, the people that's trying to get past are jumping out of their cars to help, and assist with the accident also, as well as us. So as the people are coming to, walking up, we getting the people out. We like, man, this is crazy. The police are on the scene. Another guy comes up in a car. He said his mom was in the accident. He starts arguing with me, talking about, oh, you out here laughing and this, and this. Nobody was laughing. I'm like, what are you talking about? He reaches back and pulls out a weapon. He pulled his shirt up and pulls out a gun on me. So the officers on the scene are right there. I tell them, I say, look, this guy just pulled a gun on me, and I'm just trying to help these people in a car accident. And they go talk to him, and they come back to me and tell me that he's a school police officer, and his mom is in one of them cars. He's just upset. Cannot go inside. So I walk back into the parking lot where my bar is and where I'm working, and I'm just standing over there, still observing because there's people outside. You know what I mean? It's an accident scene. I have a videotape of all of this. We videoed the whole thing from the accident and from when the officers and his squad, he pulls up, he immediately starts saying, well, y'all get inside, talking to us like we're kids. I'm trying to explain to him that it's a car accident. I'm talking about this, the officer right there.
Sergeant Smith.
Sergeant Smith. He starts talking to me like, get inside, get inside. I say, I'm trying to explain to him that it was just an accident and that a guy pulled a gun on me and it didn't have anything to do with the bar. But he wants to come in the bar, see the ID, see my license, see everything. So I take him in there because, I'm just law-abiding citizen. I take him in there, show him what he needs to see. And, we got a video. He can show you the video. Everything's on video. So, and that's all that happened on August 1st.
Now, the red hat, what's all that?
Oh, the guy with the red hat is this gentleman down here. He's here too. He can testify for himself.
So was he present during anything?
Yes, he was there as a patron of the bar. He came outside to assist with helping, get the people out the car also.
I'll be honest with you, before I turn it over to questions to the commissioner, it's very confusing. So-
Right, of course. It was a very it was a very confusing situation. It was 4 cars involved in a car accident.
With the red hat man is here, he's going to testify.
Okay. Anything else? It's your witness.
No, how long have you been the manager at Yolo's?
Since it opened, since January.
In
of
2013?
Yes.
Okay, and you've been in charge of security?
Yes.
Okay, so you hire security?
Yes.
And what, do you hire a specific security
Yeah.
unit or?
I hire people that, have correctional background, school police. I guess moonlighters are basically what I hire. And on the night of the homicide, I had it was just New Year's Eve the night before. We had a big party. We wasn't even expecting people to come out.
Do you have any of your security personnel that you hired previous to January 2015 here with you today?
Oh, no, I don't, because
None of them are here?
because of the weather.
Okay.
They couldn't get here. You know what I mean? I tried to contact them. I got a list. They would have been here.
But
the
no
weather-
security personnel?
No,
over the
no
past
security
years is here to
that's
testify?
That's here to testify. And,
Okay.
And I do have a new guy of security who we just hired, you know what I mean, a new team of security, at the request of Chief Inspector Jones.
Okay. No further questions for this witness.
Where's my red hat man? Come up here. State your name and address for the record, please.
Esteban Morales, 96.
You better get closer up and talk a little bit louder. Again.
Esteban Morales, 9641 Bree Court, Randallstown, 21133.
Now, Cohen,
Still louder?
What is your first name? Esteban Morales?
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
and you were there on August the 1st,
Yes, I was.
and you had discussions with the police officer, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell the board what happened on that date?
Well, it started out with an accident, and it ended up us arguing with the cops for no reason, because they just think they can just talk to anybody just like they want to, and it's crazy. No respect at all. So the gentleman right there next to Officer Smith started with the jokes, calling me something about ponytail, this, that, and the other. So I started snapping on him. That's how it all started. And then my man over there, Sergeant Smith, came out all mighty. So, I just, started snapping on him too. It started off, they started joking, I ended with the jokes. That's how, that's it.
And this with you.
So the police responded, and all they did was bust your chops. They didn't help anybody out.
That's all they did.
They didn't have the car towed, do anything like that.
I mean, they wasn't there for that. They
Okay.
said that he had patrol guys handling that.
No,
So
no
that
further
they came over there to
questions.
do what they wanted to do, so.
No further questions.
Get close. State your name and address for the record.
Thank you, sir. My name's Christopher Irvin, 4301 Ridgewood Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland.
How do you spell your last name?
ERVIN.
And you were there on what date?
I was there August the 1st, 2nd, whichever.
Which was a car accident date?
Yes.
And what did you see happen?
I actually came over to the bar, just came back from in town from Philadelphia, and we were in the bar having a couple of drinks, myself, the manager, and another friend. We've been friends for almost 20 years, and there were only about 4 of us in the bar. It was a slow night. It was a Saturday. I remember it explicitly because of why I was in Philadelphia. It was to see the Attorney General. This was a big deal to us, so I'm telling them what happened. And someone came in and said, did you guys hear what happened outside? And the manager said, I thought I heard a boom. So again, on a Saturday evening with only about 4 people in the bar, we go outside to see what's happening. There's a Buick upside down, directly in front of the bar, but outside the parking lot. There's another vehicle to the right, a minivan, over in the bushes to the car wash. To the left, there was a Cherokee that had jumped the curb and was in the parking lot. This was the result of an accident. No first responder showed up for over 20 minutes. I was actually, the vehicle that was upside down in front of the bar, there was a white male pinned under the vehicle, halfway out, halfway still in the vehicle. I grabbed him to make sure that his head was immobilized. He didn't try to move around. We didn't know what the situation was. My friends and other people who had came from this is a commercial district, so you had people there to, patronize the other businesses. Everyone came to help. So you had an accumulation of people who did not come from in the bar, people trying to help. So everyone's going to the different vehicles. Are you okay? Are you all right? A vehicle pulled up, as was stated. A young individual, a young male, was kind of upset. I guess he was related to one of the females in
You
the
talking about the
minivan.
van that's half in and half out? Who are you talking about?
No, a young man pulled up in the car.
Oh, another car.
Yes, sir. He got out of the vehicle, and he was upset because one of the females in the minivan in front of the car wash was related to him, and I guess they had called family members to say that they were in an accident. It was a convoluted situation. When first responders first pulled up, they were the fire department. So the fire department was trying to help people. Then uniformed police showed up. And they came out a little aggressive, but we let them know we're all just trying to help. Situation was fairly calming down at this point. And then another person showed up who turned out to be the school police officer that was referenced. And I know this because when I saw what happened, I asked a female sergeant who was in uniform who was present. A female sergeant who was present. I said, did you see what just happened? Who is that? And she came back later to me and said, that is a school police officer. We're going to take care of it. So now you have people who have been pushed back away from the street, away from Erdman Avenue, and told to step back. Everyone who came to help from the bar and other establishments were just told to step back, so people moved back to the sidewalk in front of the bar. They did not all come out of the bar. They were told to step back to the sidewalk in front of the bar. So, of course, now some time has passed, and the plainclothes officers pulled up, and they get out and come straight to the bar. And they're addressing the people who are standing in front of the bar who did not all come out of the bar. And they're very aggressive at that point. Some words were exchanged, some jokes, some snaps, but it was just that. And it was Officer Bernardez, who for whatever reason did not stand up and get sworn in as someone who was there. He was the one who came over and said to me in particular, get out of the way. And then Officer Schmidt, as he heard some words, went back and forth. He went from going into the candy store, made a direct left turn, and came over to the bar and went straight in the bar and began harassing my friend, the manager. Now, mind you, there's no one in the bar at that point because
Harassing who?
the manager, Antonio
Johnson.
Johnson. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And all of this is clear on this videotape, every bit of it.
Now, who was harassing Johnson?
Sergeant Schmidt.
Schmidt.
Sergeant Schmidt came in, went straight over. Now, and again, nothing began in the bar, nothing happened in the bar, but for whatever reason, they decided to go straight to the bar.
This is your witness, right? Okay, you finished with? Cross? Well, I want to you seem to make a lot of sense to me, to be honest with you.
Well, thank you, sir.
The way you describe it. But what about the Red Hat Man and his attitude? Where does he fit into this
The
picture?
Red Hat Man is also a friend, longtime friend of mine.
Might be a friend, but I'm
Yes, sir.
asking you at this night, on this occasion.
Yes, sir.
The testimony I heard before is his attitude towards the police officer. What do you have to say about that? What did you say? I want the truth.
Well, yes, sir. Well, what you heard is true. He said something to the police, but they also initiated by saying something to him. And in fairness to the police, it was just a good-natured remark, to which he responded, and a second officer heard and decided to get involved.
Now, the second officer is who?
Sergeant Schmidt.
I see. So he was the second person.
Yes, the comments going back and forth were between officers.
So Sergeant Smith would have heard what to make him feel that way? What, did he heard something
It was a leprechaun-related remark.
disrespectful?
Oh, well, again, the comments began by the police.
I'm asking.
Was it, it's not for me to say, so I don't have leprechaun insecurities. You like that?
Anything else you can help me with? Huh?
Your Honor, did you,
All right, now, you have another witness, right? Okay.
While you were here, you said you not only your witnesses to come in. State your name and address for the record, please.
Gregory Anthony Jenkins, 3300 Tower Apartment, Baltimore, Maryland, 21215.
Something Jenkins.
Jenkins.
All right, now you were there on the August 8th when they had this accident, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you, tell the board what you saw.
August 4th, are we at August?
1st.
1st.
this is the problem.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
What did you see?
I've seen,
Now, were you friends with these others?
we all, the whole group of friends.
You were part of the four?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to figure out who's who here.
Were you the Philadelphia Four or?
No, with Barber.
Okay, I got it. Barber.
Okay, go ahead.
Just, I cannot go any clearer than Mr. Urban said, but just the add on to what happened with the red hat guy. These were just what they seemed, snaps. The officer said one thing, the other gentleman said one thing, the officer said another thing, but then the leprechaun thing came in, and he seemed to be offended.
Red Hat.
Escobar, Red Hat. He said it to the officer. Like I said, they were going back and forth, and he's like, I'm gonna tell the joke on you, you tell the joke on me. I'm gonna get one good on you. But when the leprechaun came in, he got offended, and he moved forward as a police officer. Not just a joking back and forth, you leprechaun, you ponytail. It seemed to escalate like, you offended me now. I'm gonna show you how I can pull the police officer.
Nothing further, Your Honor. I do want to just recall probably Schmidt to kind of comment about it.
Any other witnesses?
Now, we do have a video of the occurrence, though, if Officer Schmidt testifies.
Your case.
Yeah.
Where was the video? Where was it? Up in the?
Inside.
No, they took it.
This is my phone that I was.
Oh,
Took
you
it on a
took it.
phone. It was a Philadelphia guy. No,
You put it up near the mic. Now, you gotta keep your pen out of there. What, where's the gentleman whose video it is? Where is he? Come on over here. Why don't you look at it, and then you have to tell us what's going on.
Yes, sir. I'm standing in front of the bar facing Urban
Why don't you hold it that way, you can get a better feel.
You hold it, Kurt.
Give it to him.
Standing with my back to the bar. I apologize. This is
It's all right, straighten it out. Let the police officer see it too.
when I turn it. This is, the bar is behind me.
Uh-huh,
That's the female sergeant.
right,
You see that 4x4 is one of the vehicles that they got out of, but then you see the ambulance, the fire trucks, and everything else.
right,
So essentially, they're in crowd control mode at that moment.
right.
But the crowd is not out of control. As you can hear, I'm asking why they followed. They told us to come over here, and then they follow us over. And then he went in the bar, and he followed him into the bar.
Who's he?
Officer Schmidt. You'll be able to see. At this point, it's just speaking out loud, but you will clearly see him come into the picture and then make a left turn. I'm sorry. I have to hold it this way to turn.
Everybody said the phone's out. That's why I got my phone out. A whole lot of.
How long is it?
It's a few minutes. I can move it forward to get you.
Because he's the one trying to instigate everything, following everybody, yelling in people's faces and everything.
Who's that talking?
Me.
What district is this? What district is this? He's in there? Oh, he can think.
And again, I can
Excuse
use
me,
it.
Sarge. Can I speak to you for a second?
Yes, sir. Let me find out his name. Let me get his
Okay,
information.
I'll be right over here.
That was me speaking to the female sergeant that I referenced.
Hey, D, stop that little boy shit, man. All that talking and all that. For one thing, the little
This is
skinny
me
kid
telling
that was
people
talking
who
all
were
that
going
shit,
back and
because
forth with
everybody
some
talking,
in a
I
good
moved
nature
right
fashion.
around.
We don't even need to do that.
No, that's what the, for real.
And
Come on, man.
and like I said, I can move it
Some
forward
gonna
just
jump
to
on.
save
They ain't
time.
supposed to know who all together, where everybody at.
Here's the red hat, the infamous red hat. And as you can see, just in the limited amount of candy around, it's not very much. But there was four from the bar,
Just one at a time, one at a
four or
time.
five others. Now, as you can see, when there's unmarked vehicles present, as if there was a fight, a shooting, something like that, there were plenty of patrol officers there. I don't understand what the protocol is for bringing in jump out squads. I don't know what the term is, but that's what I couldn't understand. There was no incident that called for plainclothes officers to get out of vehicles and deploy in the fashion that they did. This is the vehicle that's upside down. I'll move it forward. I'm trying not to leave anything pertinent out.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have one other situation and then.
Okay.
Where's the council?
Hey,
How long is this gonna be?
I think it's at the end there, aren't you?
Yes. There was an edited version.
You don't have all the business inside the bar?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Here
what I
he
like
is.
to-
Here he is, where he was going into that store and made a left beeline straight to the bar. Yes, he is.
Excuse me.
And as you can see, he walked straight up to him, almost nose to nose. That is Antonio Johnson. Officer Schmidt walked in and walked straight up to him and said, "Go get your license."
Why are you pushing me?
Yes, sir.
I'm not standing on him. I'm just standing here. Too close. We don't feel safe. Back up. Too close and I don't feel safe. Simple as that. Can I get your name?
This is
on
Officer
your mind?
Bernard, the gentleman right there. Stand up to be
Can I see it, please? Turn that off. Turn that off for me.
No.
I don't see a guy in a red hat. What guy? Oh, no. Hey, phones on, phones on, phones on. Every phone in here. Turn them on. Videos. Turn them on.
Yes, that was me.
But I want to know, what is this, to see my business pay before? I mean, I know I'm required, I don't care about none of that, but what I'm saying is, y'all are here harassing me, and this dude out here trying to pull a gun on me, because I'm standing outside from helping somebody in the quiet.
Let me
don't say
pause this for a second, Mr. Chairman. That was Antonio asking the officer, "Why are you harassing me when I just told you that someone pulled a gun on me outside?"
Answer the questions and that's it. Just answer questions, that's it. Don't say nothing else. Y'all are here bothering me. Is it okay? Only answer questions. Don't say nothing else.
Who's that
Don't say
shouting?
nothing else. Calm
He
down.
was upset because they came into the bar after someone just pulled a gun on him outside.
Who was saying that answer the question?
That was me.
Can I see your name, please, officer? Thank you, sir. Bernardes? I'm just asking if I'm pronouncing it right. Anything else? Your badge number, please. I'm just looking for your badge. I'm sorry?
Did you hear that, Mr. Chairman? No. He said, "Get out of my face before I smack it out of your hand." And he just walked up to me. This is me holding it. This is that officer right there who did not stand up to be sworn in.
The light is not, how is the light in your face is shining on police?
And then you see him approach me.
They came. I don't understand threatening me. I'm just standing here. All we doing is answering questions.
All right, any other witnesses?
No, maybe have one in rebuttal, depends on what you have.
Okay, go ahead.
Just very quickly in rebuttal, Sergeant Schmidt, could you just explain, were you involved in any kind of comments, derogatory comments with these individuals?
No, I never said a word to the gentleman in the red hat. I heard him make comments to my officer and then made a leprechaun joke directed
Which
toward-
officer?
to Officer Ruiz.
The
He
one
was,
that testified?
right, he was walking into that little business to make sure that nothing had spilled into the business, and I was walking behind him. That's when the video shows me go to the left.
Now, when police officers say back up, just explain, what is the officer safety rule when individuals have?
We walked into the bar, and there were, like he says, at least 4 of them, plus the manager, so there were at least 5 people in the bar. And I walked up to the manager to get his license, and they started coming behind us. So Detective Ruiz stepped between me, which my back is turned to them initially, so that they couldn't walk up behind me. You know, he stepped in between them to say, hey, look, back up, you're getting too close. And I think he said that on the video. We don't feel safe with you walking behind Sergeant Schmidt, so he backed him up. He positioned himself so that they couldn't come behind me.
No further questions.
Just one question. Why would you have to go in the bar when the incident outside had nothing to do with the bar?
Because the people that were making derogatory comments, like leprechaun jokes, he may not be offensive to his height, but I'm only 5'7", and I've been called short my whole life. That's offensive to me.
I got
And when he's making offensive comments to the police, and the security standing there laughing and not saying anything to him, I don't think that's appropriate behavior for a bar.
So you would think that's the licensee's responsibility when somebody outside makes a comment to you?
Well, I think he said that they were good friends. The guy in the red hat was a good friend of his.
No further questions.
All evidence in?
Yes.
Yes.
Questions of the commissioners?
No, I'm not gonna say it. I'm good.
Okay.
This went along enough.
All right, on the issue of responsibility,
As to the
I'm going to time you on this, and how much time you need to argue. This is just the issue.
3 minutes.
All right.
Ready?
Let me go over some of the charges, because I'm not sure they've all been proved, and that's what I want to get straight here. Let's start with, the incidents under public welfare. The first one, the homicide, there's no question about it.
Well, I can argue that, but go ahead.
Well, go ahead, argue it.
Well, my argument is that it was an incident happened. It was, and I hate to use this phraseology, bang, bang, but that's what happened. Somebody came off the street, walked up behind somebody and shot him and left. How the responsibility to the licensee is beyond me. You know, Mr.
Well, you
Chairman-
know very well what my positions have
I know,
been on
but
this
I
all
mean,
along.
You know, I very much disagree, because there's 4 or 5 people get shot every night.
In other words, you
this city.
disagree with me all the
People
time.
get shot outside of 1400 East North Avenue District Court. We don't shut the district court down. You know, people are getting shot all over the place. And you know, how the licensee has responsibility if he doesn't know this is gonna happen. That's my argument.
Okay.
As to the incident that happened on February the 8th, 2014, there's really no testimony that links the,
I don't think there is.
no. I don't think
Okay, so that one's dismissed.
And then the last one that was testified when.
Wait a minute, slow down. How about July 4th?
There was no testimony.
All right, so that's dismissed, right?
Sorry, guys, we have to wait. You gotta redo that. We're all talking at the same time.
All right, with respect to July 4th, that's dismissed because there's no testimony concerning that. That'll take care of that.
Correct.
All right, now,
And we-
August 1st.
I think you saw, you could see and you heard.
Which one is that?
That's the one with the car flipped over.
That's the accident.
Yeah, and then police respond, and it seems like it just got carried away. The initial response had nothing to do with the establishment. In fact, they went out of the way to try to help, and then somebody pulls a gun on them, and then the whole
Wait a
thing
minute, wait,
escalates.
Stop. I think I agree. I think some of the conduct that occurred later on is, and I'm going to comment on that in a different way, but I don't see anything here on August 1st.
Your
on
Honor.
That specific charge.
The
We're dealing with
specific charge.
charges,
Correct,
not with,
Your Honor.
we're
Correct.
not trying to reform the
Correct,
public.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
Correct, Your Honor. With the public, for issues regarding
All right,
public
so
safety,
that was
welfare.
dismissed. I have something to say about that later.
And I would
Now,
say,
so we're back to the homicide.
I,
That's the only one.
that's why it happened. Unfortunate, licensee had nothing to do with it. Apparently had happened something to do with a robbery. It took place 10 years ago. It was one of these bada bing, bada bong things, and probably the unfortunate thing about Baltimore City is that's the kind of justice they did with the licensee. Couldn't have done anything on that.
Well, as you know, with respect to that, my position is consistent. Licensees are responsible for the conduct of their patrons and what happens inside their bars. I know this licensee did not shoot this person, and I understand what your point is. But in Baltimore City, we have got to stop this type of happening around, involving, or anything at all to do with bars. So I find him responsible for that under that one charge.
And I don't disagree with you. If the board is consistent in everything they do, and I'd like to point out to you the thing that happened in Oriole Stadium where the guy had the Yankee hat, they were all drinking, two guys beating him up, they throw him from drinking over, he fractured his skull, that charge has never come here for that licensee. And I just want to be consistent. If it happens in a stadium or happens in one, Aunt Sophie's place, it's got to be consistent. That's the only thing I would say.
Okay, well, that's a good point taken, but the point is that we're not geniuses and we can't be everywhere at all times at all places. And under this board, I think that we're doing a better job, and I think we are getting at some of the problems that exist in Baltimore City. All right, now with respect to the issue of punishment on that one charge, your argument.
There are no previous violations were transferred to the current owner. I certainly think that you saw that she was cooperative with your chief inspector. She met with him, talked with him. She's taken remedial steps, to hire different type of security and so forth. And it's a shopping center environment. And I've instructed her also to get better cameras inside and out and to make that available at all times.
Yep, yeah, now's the time for punishment. The thing about this case, it has some good and some bad in it. The good is that, first of all, people in this bar went out to help the people in the accident, and I take that into consideration. It's very commendable. And we have somebody with a gun that comes up. I can't believe that all these things happen to this bar, because some of the things the bar, of course, is not responsible for. They just seem like one thing after another is happening that's bad. And of course, the police come on the scene, and they are trying to do their job, and they come into the bar obviously under a misapprehension as to who's who and what's doing what. And I find that the police department has an absolute right to stop people from, when they're conducting an investigation, to stop people from putting cameras in their face, stop people from talking or doing anything. They have to carry out the police officers' orders when they're conducting an investigation. Now, this has nothing to do with this bar with respect to punishment, because it's just my comments on what has happened here. Now, what did the bar do wrong that I should punish them for? Well, they had a murder. That's what they did wrong. They had a murder in their place, which they did not commit, and it looks like they didn't have any involvement in it, and they have no prior record of any such type of conduct. But nevertheless, a murder is a serious thing, and no matter what, I don't know. I don't know. How do you stop murders? How do you stop drug dealing? How do you stop a lot of things? But I'm going to find that this bar is responsible for bad conduct inside this bar as a result of a murder which they had nothing to do with, except that their customer got killed at the bar. And as a result of that, I have to do something as my responsibility as chairman of this liquor board, and I find that this bar should be closed for 1 week, starting today, and no fine, and the rest, all these other charges I've dismissed. So that's my decision. All right.
I agree with the Mr. Judge, something needs to be done. You know, you didn't do that. I mean, you try to run a good establishment. I mean, I saw your heart. When you leave your place and go to a car that's flipped over and not caring about your health, just trying to help a fellow citizen. You try to do the right thing. But still, the environment is, if it's your place of business, you're responsible. Sometimes you have to be punished for other folks' bad habits. I'm gonna say one thing else too in reference to the officers. Just because they present bad behavior, that doesn't give you the right to present bad behavior. There's a mechanism in place where you can file complaints against them. Like, you have a business there. Sometimes you think about, can I win going back and forth? I mean, sometimes bad words sometimes needs good words. If he says something to you inappropriate at the appropriate time, if you can't think about what you're going to say to him, you might be able to diffuse some of that negative vibe coming from him. Just think about it the next time. But it's your establishment. Getting back to the thing that you were convicted on, it's your business. You got to be held responsible. It's a privilege to have that license, and the privilege that you have comes responsibilities and duties. Whether you create something or not, you're responsible for cleaning it up. I concur.
So I agree with the finding of responsibility and the punishment. With respect to the August 1, 2014 event, I just kept thinking of the saying, no good deed goes unpunished. And I really think that's what it was. I think that there were efforts to do something really good in that area, and it went bad for lots of reasons. Puma, Red Hat, you gotta kind of control some of your instincts. I understand what happened. I understand why it happened. We had a hot summer, not just in Baltimore, but all over the country, because of relations between police and community. And this happened just soon after the incident in New York with Eric Garner, and it preceded the incident in Ferguson, Missouri. So it was hot, but the job of those that are in the middle of this is to de-escalate, not escalate. And I understand what happened, but I wish that it happened. I think that, and I don't often disagree with the chairman, but I want it to be said, I think that the citizens of Baltimore and Maryland and this country have every right to videotape police. They don't have a right to put their cameras in their face and highlight and light and blind them. That's not acceptable, but you have every right to videotape. And I
didn't say that.
I know you didn't, I know, but I'm just saying, clarifying what I think the law is. But I think that I asked you who was the officer in the back and why he wasn't standing up, and I don't, I don't understand what happened that day in August, but it didn't sound like it was very good.
What I said was they have an absolute right to be in total control of a scene of investigation.
Yes, they do. They do. That doesn't abrogate the right for others who are not interfering to film. Anyway, back to the decision. I concur with the finding of responsibility with respect to the events of January 3, 2015. I agree with the imposition of the 1-week suspension, period.
All right, thank you, folks, and we'll stand adjourned.
I'm not waiting for you.
Somebody to help.